African Commission on Human and People's Rights. It's a very important document that tries to speak governments on what they should do in as far as access to information during elections is concerned. Please, you should look it up. If you just Google it, it will come up so you can use it for information. Next. At the regional level, no specific instrument, but when you dig up some few instruments, you'll find that they speak about the right to information. If you see the draft protocol on good governance, speaks about rule of law, accountability, transparency, respect for human rights. These are dependent on access to information. And even when you read the Access to Information Act, when you see the purpose for the law, it speaks about promoting transparency and accountability in government. Of course, and other things, protecting people revealing information, witnesses, and those disclosing very vital information. And then the EAC communication strategy speaks about access to information as being core to the proper functioning of ministries in the region. Next, sir. Other regional instruments, those who are interested in further research, you can see Article 10 of the European Convention, Article 13 of the American Convention, and Article 23 of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations Human Rights Declaration. You can find some information there. Next. From a national perspective, so many of you, that was a small background, you will know that if you want to know more about access to information, you have to run to Article 41 of the Constitution, and then the Access to Information Act of 2005, and the Access to Information Regulations of 2011. From these, one of the outlying things you must know is that for you to enjoy the right to information, one, you must be a citizen of this country. A physical citizen as you are, and two, there's a decision, that case I've written there for it is called Green Watch Uganda Limited versus Attorney General, which recognized what we call juridical persons or artificial persons, such as companies as citizens. So those you can, as a company, apply, or as an NGO, you can apply to access information, or as an individual, you can apply, for as long as you are recognized as a person, either natural or legal person. Okay? Next. So what information we look out? Anyway, so from the many, among others, the main thing here you should look out for is the last part, the last bullet down. But just for your own knowledge, information that we look out for when we need it includes institutional, organizational information that even concerns key public persons. Okay? Like someone sometime wanted information on the health and status of our newly elected president sometime back, saying, I want to know whether he's fit and ready to serve and can help me lead this country. So you can ask about that. Then policies and decisions undertaken by the body. You can now dig into what Electoral Commission, what decisions it has taken, Uganda Communications Commission. You can try to ask what was the basis. Give us this information. Why did you come up with this? And then services offered by the public. I mean to the public, not by the public. The different services like e-government services, road services, and so on. And then financial information, including budgets, financial reports, and so on. And then information regarding operations of bodies of government or public agencies. One other thing you should also be aware of is that, unfortunately, in our country, your exercise of the right to information is limited to public agencies or government agencies, ministries, departments, and other agencies. You cannot go to an NGO and you say, I'm exercising my right to information, give me this information. They are not mandated. Everyday hotels collect your information. Everyday organizations do have a lot of important information. But you cannot just say, give me the information. It must be, the qualification is it must be a public body, organ, ministry, department, or agency for it to be bound by the law. Anyway, those are some of the areas you say need to be amended and so on. So you can go to the Electoral Commission and ask for information regarding, for example, the elections, how they happened, how they transpired, the results. If you're not contented, you want to look. If they have given you a synthesized report of all results, you can say, I want something containing all the results as they came in. And ideally, they're bound to give it to you. Next, sir. Next slide. Please observe that even before, during, and after election, this right we are talking about is not absolute. The very provisions I've spoken about international level also spell out particular limitations to the right to information. For example, even our Article 19 of the UDHR and ICCPR. I hope you understand. You remember the full term for those acronyms. And then Article 9 of the African Charter on Human and People Rights, they speak of, you may be denied information if, for example, that information is likely to contravene the law, is likely to infringe on people's privacy, is likely to affect people's commercial information such as that from which they make profits, like trade secrets. They cannot give you that information. Personal privacy, information that interferes with national security. Even when you approach the Electoral Commission, they'll tell you, no, this information could affect our national security, so we shall not give it to you. Those could be some. And information that probably harms international relations may not be given to you. In law, there's what you call sub judice. If a matter is before court and trial is going on, there's some information they will not give you because that information would interfere with the justice or the court process. So, and then confidential information and so on. Can we go to the next, sir? So please beware of limitations. It's not an absolute right. So if you want to exercise information, whether in elections, after, during, now that some of you want certain information. So what must you do? One, the Access to Information Regulations, together with the Access to Information Act, spell out the different processes or procedures that you must undertake. One of them is, there's a prescribed form in which you must apply for information. It is a form found in the regulations. So you fill it, okay? These things I'm speaking about can also be unpacked. For example, organize trainings and then take you through applying for information and how the form should be filled and what should be there, what shouldn't be there, what should you avoid. For now, I'm giving you snapshots because even the time we have is. So access to information is quite wide, but for now, we dwell on a few things. So it must be in a prescribed form. You'll find it in that section and regulations, the access to information regulations. And then under regulation 4, you can also make electronic requests. This can be by email, okay, or in electronic format. Sometimes you go with your flash disk and you can put the information on your flash disk, okay? Though some of them will be hesitant to give you particular forms of information because Ugandans are also quite crazy and stubborn. You get information, you go and doctor it and change it to suit your own needs, and then you disseminate saying this is the information. So, and then there's a compulsory fee which you must pay, access fee which is 20,000 shillings, but that fee may be waived, especially if the information you're interested in is going to benefit a large proportion of the public. That fee may be waived. And then other costs also may relate to the format within which you want information. For example, if you want photocopy or printing, there are fees which are tagged to that. So if you want 1,000 pages, you must pay for the 1,000 pages. There's money which is, some of it is about 200 or 500 shillings for colored printing and so on. So printing can be black and white or colored. You can get a photocopy. they will speak that in case fees are to be charged, these fees should not be prohibitive in nature. They should at least be affordable. Okay, next slide, sir. Duties and obligations of reporters in such instances, especially the media practitioners, editors, journalists, and so on. All reporting should be evidence-based. That means if you're to do proper reporting, you need to get evidence, which of course is information from wherever you must get it before you report. Don't report hearsay. Hearsay in law is what we call rugamo. You've heard from somebody who heard from someone, or you've just heard from somebody and you do not have evidence. And then you should engage in truthful reporting. Your reporting should be objective and balanced, as we shall see later from the Professional Code of Ethics. And then you should expose all cases of corruption, mismanagement, embezzlement of funds, rigging, etc. of votes, and so on. You should report without fear or favor. I don't know how many of you ever do that, but that is what you should engage in. You should maintain professional ethics when reporting, and you should guard against corruption. Of reporting morals, some people might pay you to report the way they want. That's what we mean. So you must avoid that. You should make use of all necessary information. Got after request. When you make a request, don't get the information and keep it and just, now I have information. You put in your drawer and fill your drawer. No, make good use of it to benefit people. And then progressive reporting of all cases is important, especially if you're doing investigative reporting on a particular issue. You must keep track step by step until the issue is brought to a logical conclusion. And then report information when it is of greatest relevance. Imagine you've got information that shows there was probably anomaly election of a particular member of parliament, they rigged the election, then you keep quiet when you have evidence, and then after 5 years you bring it that this person actually rigged the election. It doesn't help. So information should be brought out when it is actually most relevant. Reporting, please observe the provisions of the law. So can you go to the next slide? Please report all issues and matters at hand. So what is the scope of coverage and access to information in elections? For example, this involves looking at quite a number of laws and regulations outside, international, as well as nationally. But we shall try to cover the little we can in this session. And also for me, if, for example, Media Focus finds it viable to pay me, and they are giving me, I cannot exhaust everything, because next time we're not pay me. Anyway, that's a small joke. But anyway, so the scope of coverage and access to information in elections. This derived from, for example, Article 29 of the 1995 Constitution, which speaks about the right to information of every Ugandan, and includes what I told you about, the right to receive, impart, disseminate ideas, and so on. And then Article 67, your scope, this also speaks to your responsibilities as media, as editors, as journalists. So Article 67 of the Constitution and Section 24 of the Presidential Elections Act speaks of equal time and space for candidates on state-owned media. I don't know, most of you have interfaced with this, and it has happened in the past to the extent that there was a case in Mama Babazi and others, versus Yoweri Museveni and some others, where they really challenged the manner in which UBC was allocating time to the candidates. And court actually agreed that indeed UBC was being discriminated, and they gave them a directive that next time they need to accord equal time and space for all presidential candidates. So similarly, even you as private media practitioners, you need to accord them equal time and space. Section 23 of the Presidential Elections Act also speaks of equal treatment of candidates, and also according them equality as far as freedom of expression and access to information is concerned. Similar provisions in Section 22 of the Parliamentary Elections Act, which speaks about reasonable access and use of state-owned communication media. And then, under the same section of the Parliamentary Elections Act, that is subsection 6, prohibits you from using private media to promote falsity or false information, malice, sectarianism, abuse, insults, ridicule, and so on. And subsection 8, it also prohibits you from using the media to campaign other candidates or to give an opportunity to some candidates for purposes of campaigning others. Similar provisions can be found in the Local Government Act. Please read Section 23 on equal access to media, as well as affording them equality as far as freedom of expression and access to information is concerned. And then similarly, the Uganda Communications Content Regulations. If you remember in 2019, there's a time when they passed a number of regulations under the Uganda Communications Act. I'm sure some of you have seen them. Find them. In this discussion, we highlight just a few of them and the key underlying provisions that apply to you and also that apply during elections. Next. So, the limitations to coverage, some of the main limitations. I hope, am I speaking to journalists? They say media and what? So I came with that kind of mentality. If I was speaking to another group of people, this section would be completely different. So most of the limitations to your coverage also emerge from the Professional Code of Ethics for Journalists and Editors. I don't know if you've seen the latest. You know, there was an amendment, the one that is in the Press and Journalists Act, Cap 105, was amended to make it better. I don't know whether you've seen the latest, which I briefly highlight a few of the ethics that are under the Professional Code of Ethics for Journalists and Editors. So it is under that, and it is made in, under Section 40, subsection B, and 42 of the Press and Journalists Act. These require that the professional code of ethics and also that there must be compliance with that code. One of the things is there should be accuracy of publications. Publications should be accurate. I've already spoken about that in the previous. Do not report what is false or distorted. You can see paragraph 2 of the code. And then Section 50 of the Penal Act penalizes false news. However, that provision was declared unconstitutional in that case. But I want you also to note that we have a problem in this country, that when a provision of the law is declared unconstitutional, does not mean that provision no longer applies. That provision will continue to be applied until Parliament amends the law. Probably removes it. Because what Parliament is charged with making the laws. We have also judgment law of cases. That is judgment law, but usually the attention or whatever is put on such change is not so heavy until there has been an amendment to that effect. Okay? So, there is that case, but still, those provisions, last year we saw a bit of diversion and running away from using that provision because it was declared unconstitutional some years back. And now they are employing Section 25, the Computer Misuse Act, if you remember. You remember the late Pastor Ida, and then someone of KCCA, I forgot his name. These guys were arrested for spreading false news about COVID-19. And of course, Yiga was also another provision in the code speaking about spreading information that is likely to lead to spread of a dangerous disease. Okay? So, but the provision is still there until an amendment is made or it is struck out of the law completely. Section 41 also prohibits publication of utterances that potentially degrade or revile or promote hate speech. I've just summarized it, but that is where we derive hate speech from. Section 41 of the Penal Code Act. And then Section 31 and Schedule 4 of the UCC Act, the Uganda Communications Act of 2010 sets out minimum broadcasting standards, which I am sure they are always reminding of. You'll find the details in the paper, which will be shared with you. And Regulation 110 of the Uganda Communications Licensing Regulation also prohibits publication of, among others, false news or prohibited content. I hope you're aware. Next. So, privacy. This is also something under your professional code of ethics. So the right to privacy is a fundamental human right. Quite certain. Some of you now you know that it's a fundamental right, and you can find it in those Articles 12 of the UDHR, 17 of the ICCPR. In your constitution here, it is in Article 27, and your communication should be protected, even your home physically. And then we have the Data Protection Act of 2019, which was enacted to protect privacy of the individual, and we also now have the draft data protection regulations of 2020. I don't know how many we did. We did an analysis on them. Check out the website and see the brief analysis we submitted about the draft data protection regulations. And then the code, professional code of ethics for journalists and editors says in paragraph 3, asks you guys to respect privacy of the individual. This privacy, it is also another big topic, and when you speak about it, it extends, for example, to sharing of things like images. You're not supposed to share people's images the way you want. You must respect them. There's what you call now consensual images under the auspices of revenge pornography. Heard about revenge pornography, which has been happening. So some of those images, the journalists have been in the habit of sharing them, or even other people who are not journalists, but they hold out to be. They keep sharing them and giving to people. So you're supposed to ensure that you do privacy. Then it also speaks against harassment. That you'll find it in paragraph 5 of your Code of Ethics. And section 25 of all those by from using any form of communication whichever to do repetitive disturbance of an individual, either through sending messages, phone calls, and so on. And you all remember, I told you, Stella has been prosecuted under section 25 of the Computer Misuse Act because of her writings, the poetic expression, dissemination of such information. Regulation 5 of the Uganda Communications Text and Multimedia Messaging Regulations bar you from using automated systems to send solicited messages. Unsolicited messages are those which you receive without consent. Without consent, and it can come from people who don't know. Most times they come from people who are advertising, agencies or companies that are advertising their products and so on. Those are what you call unsolicited. So if you also decided to part with your boyfriend or girlfriend and then they start also sending you a lot of spam, so probably unsolicited messages. You have them in your contacts. So, and then the code also asks you to prevent the publication of grotesque or some pictures. Those are the ones maybe people bleeding, people dying, and so on. So that material is prohibited. For example, if in elections and it's maybe somebody's hand has been cut off, but however, there's is an exception to that if the information, even if it goes about in public interest, you may publish it. But that is after it has met that kind of reasoning. Next. Obscene publications, I've already spoken about this. It is also in the fourth paragraph 8. Obscene publication are prohibited, consensual images, or taking pictures of people during the presidential campaigns in compromising situations, then you post. No, it's not good. And we have an anti-pornography law which defines pornography as including, for example, images, text messages, literature, or whichever it is that presents things in a sexually suggestive manner, and so on. Yeah? So you can read the I'll make sure I put the definition in the main paper, which we shall share next. So, interception of communications, even in such times as you look for information on elections, either in the aftermath, you're going to have what we call the post-election period, which is going to involve things like election petitions. People are going to challenge the results, and they're going to be in and out of court. So, even as you cover the things, or as you look for information, or as you communicate, please remember there is what we call interception of communication, which has been authorized by the Regulation of Interception of Communications Act of 2010. So under that law, your information may be intercepted, and Section 3 asks for the establishment of a monitoring center, which is primarily meant for interception of communications. Not quite certain it is in place. And also, that same law asks, for example, the telecommunication companies to install their what? I don't know how to call it, but gadgets and technology with the capacity of enabling easy interception of communication by government. And government probably, I think here is the UCC. So please beware that your information could be intercepted. Those of you who are security sensitive, for example, you may even choose not to use the golden tulip, for example, internet, because it exposes you to security threats as an individual. So, anytime you do not know, someone can even access your information who is on the same network from your phone or computer. Did you know that? Hey, they can access it for as long as you're connected. Or some of you, some people, not you, but there are some people who, when they connect today, whenever they want internet, they will always come and sit at the reception of what? Of golden tulip, so they can access, because people automatically do what? Connect. That means their security is compromised, but they do not. So beware of that. So, and a person who is authorized may do the interception of communication. You'll find these details in the paper. That is under Section 5 of the Regulation of Interception of Communication Act. Next. The Public Order Management Act, someone may ask, how does it relate to access to information? Anyway, so but this formal law asks you to inform the police in case you have a meeting, a public gathering, and so on. So you must inform them and get permission. And of course, during that time, you're going to associate, assemble, and even disseminate, share ideas and information, and so on. And in this election period, you know what has happened. We shall see later the impact of COVID-19 on access to information where, for example, gatherings were completely banned, so you could not associate. At some point, some cities were completely banned from having anything like assemblies. But the former, especially Section 8, which gives the Inspector General of Police excessive powers. In 2013, while I was still with UNET, we decided to challenge that section, the Public Order Management Law. We used to, where we were coming to this court here every time, Constitutional Court, until finally last year, they gave us but it had already served the purpose, because it was before 2016. Then they ruled, that case ruled that the section is unconstitutional. But already, too late, and you cannot work backwards or retrospectively. So, and because of that law, assembly, association, which are frontiers where we even share and disseminate idea and get information, are gravely affected. Next up. The anti-terrorism law, Section 9, criminalizes publication and dissemination of news and materials that promote terrorism. If you read your terrorism law, an act of terrorism is so wide, even you can be charged with terrorism. I hope you know. If you organize, for example, an assembly for media practitioners, then you go on the street and start marching, and then one of them dies as a result, either shot by police or what. You, the main organizer, could be charged with terrorism. Or if you're trying to organize a meeting, an assembly that tries to influence government policy and so on, and as a result, some people suffer serious damage, maybe death, you could be charged with terrorism. So, it is that critical. So even as you move out as journalists to cover information, please beware. Next. I'm trying to be as my time is already gone. Next, sir. Internet shutdowns. This is common knowledge to all of you. In 2016, we had it. And people resorted to VPN, which I was talking about. Today, OTT is still in place, introduced in 2018. At some point, live coverages were banned. Notice of closure of online service providers unless registered were issued in 2018, and a reminder in 2020. And then, before even the election, applications were made to Google to block about 14 YouTube news platforms. You'll find them, the list, those of you who don't know them, in the main paper. And in 2021, of course, something which all of you are just waking up now from sleep. You now realize you're waking up from the dark of sleep. It was shut down for quite a long time, and up to think when there's been even social media have been restored. But you must pay OTT, isn't it? And so that is what has been happening. So this is, you can see, internet shutdowns, and these of course have affected access to information. So much, you know. Next. Deployment of artificial intelligence. Here, misinformation and disinformation have been playing out in the election. There were fake accounts that were already on Twitter, WhatsApp, and other social media accounts. Please, I'm sure you noted that, and I'm sure you're going to be keen about false information, disinformation, in your bid to provide information on elections, even if the main events are done, but there are still events which are coming. In the past, at least, we had robots being used to make phone calls. All of you, I think I talked about it the other time, on behalf of the president, please give me your vote, the man in the heart. They're called robocalls. Then others will do what they put robots to do fake statistics, fake tweeting. They keep tweeting, but when it's actually not individuals tweeting, but robots, to make it appear that this candidate is preferred. There's a point when they say Katumba was leading the presidential race on Twitter. So those were not really genuine tweets. Those are what they call robocalls, or robots. Okay, artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence means employing technologies which have the kind of intelligence that human beings have to perform tasks of human beings in a repetitive manner. Okay. Next. The impact of COVID-19 on the right information. Quite a number of things have happened. I am glad, I don't know, but there's a small paper I wrote, I think it's 16 pages, but I focused on Uganda and Tanzania. It is on the website of Law Africa. So those of you can go to Law Africa, you can find it. You put in my name, Idris Manyama. I wrote on the impact of COVID-19 of freedom of expression and access to information in Uganda and Tanzania. I think it's called specific considerations. So on access to information, freedom of expression in Tanzania and Uganda. You can find it there. So what I will do, I will just pick some information from there and put in the paper and acknowledge myself that, this is where we got the information from, and then we shall share it. So there was the main response was the banning of public gatherings, political rallies, and so on. And I've already spoken about it. Elections were purely run on technology. And the other time when I presented, I told you how technology is widely inaccessible. Very few people have access to technology in this country, with even low internet penetration rates, with very high internet costs, people requiring to pay social media tax, and so on. And then the political, you can go on to the next page, political parties and organizations conduct of meetings regulations, which limited all meetings to be conducted online as opposed to meeting in public. Then, from my paper, some of the things you'll find that during that time, because of COVID, there was a reduction in internet costs. If you remember, there were promotions by MTN, by Airtel, where you pay less and get a lot of data, so you can work from home to avoid going in the public to catch what? COVID-19. And then there were also several warnings on false news, on COVID-19, but also there were arrests, there was restriction of movements, there was compulsory programming, audio and audiovisual media, for example, for presidential addresses on the status of COVID-19, which really helped to prevent the disease. At first, people politicized it, thinking, this man is, but indeed, COVID. Today, as we speak now, Tanzania has started acknowledging that COVID is what? It's real. We have a number of, we lost a doctor friend, those who told us, people have died in Tanzania, but we were not supposed to speak about it. But now, they're starting to acknowledge that indeed COVID is what? It's real, it's there. So, government institutions were closed, so that means if you needed information, at that time, there would be nobody to serve you. We've not got any experience of people who say, I wanted, but the offices were closed, so I didn't get information. There we cannot really be fast to condemn, but I'm sure it happened. Academic institutions were closed. These are the main points where people meet, associate, share information. Lecturers like me disseminate ideas, but during that time we were at home, sitting, eating, sleeping, and so on. So we were not able, and students were also at home. So that partly closed the space within which information could be. And then the music industry, I might say there was a slight boost. Yeah. There was a slight boost of the music industry. From my small paper, you see that I acknowledge in South Africa, music played a fundamental role in fighting apartheid. Okay? So similarly here, so many songs came up, were composed to share information on COVID-19. There was artistic activities by musicians and drama actors and stars in relation to COVID-19. And then freedom of expression, of assembly and association were greatly affected. So next, is there anything else left? Should we go next page?
Yes.
So anyway, these I think there are like only 3 more slides, but they speak about how to overcome the challenges. So that we have spoken about. Take precautionary measures. We say keep in groups. This has passed. Share information. Have data backups. Store information immediately if you want to reach particular so that you don't lose it. Make use of cloud space. And then make friends with people who you come across during the electoral process next, so that you're safe at some point. So next, a working relationship, you should, for example, work hand in hand with public bodies as private entities. See Principle 1 of the Guidelines of Access to Information and Elections in Africa. Disclosure should be paramount. So those guidelines have those specifications I'm talking about, and I've mentioned them. They'll give you these slides, and then you can see what you can do. Next, dangers of lack of access to information during elections. This one is very important. Let me speak about it. It may destabilize peace, security, and stability. This is true, because you see, if you're in darkness and then after, you will not be content and keep saying, no, this, why did this happen? So it's not good. It may breed distrust and lack of confidence in government. It may smear the election as illegally or illegitimately conducted. It may lead to violence, civil tensions, leading to destruction of lives and property. May lead to ethnic, religious, or other tensions. It may depict disenfranchisement of voters, hence discontentedness and violence. Is there any other slide, sir? So, as well, conclusion, first go up, access to information is very important for transparency and accountability. And it is good for electoral democracy. Down, go down. Yes, there. So denial can lead to darkness, breed corruption, and destabilize the state. So that's what information is. And apply this in relation to the electoral processes, and now that you're in the post-election period. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Edwin. Very insightful and detailed presentation. Because of time, I'm going to ask that we jump right into our panel discussion to discuss the things that Edwin has told us about and get some insights from some very special people. I'll ask them to come and take a seat at the podium and give us their thoughts on this. I'll start by asking someone from the Africa Freedom of Information Center, Susan Juliet Agwang, if you please come, take your seat. She's a legal and research officer and is representing Gilbert Sendugwa from AFIC. Good to see you. I think Benon Oluka is with us. If you please come, join us as well. Benon is the Africa editor for the Global Investigative Journalism Network. Please give him a hand clap as he joins us on the podium as well. Assistant Superintendent of Police Cornelius Leyenga is with us today from the Uganda Police Force and the Human Rights Department. You're welcome, Afande. Thanks a lot for joining us as well. And last but not least, Madame Charity Ahimisiwe, who is just catching her breath from the Citizens Coalition for Electoral Democracy. Please come, Charity, join us up here on the podium as well. Good to see you, and you're very, very welcome. We'll try and run through the panel session as briefly as we can so we can get some questions from the House and some insights. Allow me to sit down here so that I don't steal your butala. I'll start with you, Beron, I guess, in terms of the things that stood out for you from what Edwin was sharing. If you can just share maybe very briefly one or two highlights, and then we'll go around the rest of the panel, probably skip Charity, and then ask a couple of questions based on that. Over to you, Beron. What are the one or two key things that stood out from you from what Edwin shared in his presentation?
Okay, good morning everybody, and thank you for coming and joining us here. I think the thing that stood out for me, is that better? Okay. So I make, or I earn a living out of trying to find information that people want hidden, that people do not want the public to know. So as an investigative journalist, that is sort of our mind and the work of different colleagues. That's the kind of thing we are trying to do, get information that people want hidden, but which we feel the public should know and for the public good. Now, my brother Edwin was trying to share lots of information about how journalists can access public information. The thing about so the government has provided us with a law. So legally you can access information. We have, if you look at sort of all the provisions of the law and you compare with what is there in other countries, we are up there, you know, in terms of, on paper, in terms of what the legal provisions are. The challenge is that we make laws sort of by international standards and then implement them by Ugandan standards. So you'll find where you could have, you know, had access easily, very easily had access to information. You'll find that government entities, officials who work in these offices just put deliberate roadblocks to make sure that you do not access this information. So it's up to us, sort of as journalists, to then find ways around these roadblocks. It could be through the legal means, as the Hub for Investigative Media has done so often, or it could be by other means, and I will speak about that. There is also, I think he didn't mention it, but there is askyourgov.ug, which is a platform for trying to get information. But if you go there, unfortunately, it's almost like kids' play. So somebody asks a very serious question, and then the government, or whichever government official is there, or is responding, just, you know, responds in a very, very flimsy way. Almost as if they're ticking boxes. You know, we responded to 600 requests for information, but when you read critically what kind of response they have provided to this information request, response to questions, it is so flimsy. I saw something like, there's a particular one that caught my attention, somebody asking about scholarships and from the Ministry of Education. Then the response was, sorry, the Minister of Education spokesperson is on leave until next week. So please wait and then, you know, go to this office and find the information. But the person was saying, I went to the Ministry of Education, tried to find this information and could not. So I have come to this platform to try and get the same information, and then you're taking them in a roundabout kind of way and saying, you know, the official is not available, please come to the office next week. It's, for me, that's quite ridiculous, but for us as journalists, we sort of professionally should be able to go around these kind of provisions. Right. So I'll stop there for now.
Yeah, well, at least they were honest. In terms of talking about the fact that the person was on leave, I just want you to actually pass it on to Afande so you can sanitize the microphone. COVID is still real. Afande Bayanga, I guess for all intents and purposes, I will speak on behalf of everyone in the room when I say we see you as representing the enemy, and we are glad that you've joined us. That's what everyone is thinking, right? They just don't have the boss to say it, I guess, so I'll represent them. You're in a very unique position representing the Uganda Police Force, which is seen as one of the biggest perpetrators of denial in terms of this particular liberty that we're talking about. Maybe you want to share some insights, because again, like we talked about earlier, sometimes there are things that we don't know that maybe for our own good, but sometimes maybe it's not communicated properly, so we don't understand what's going on. Maybe you can briefly help make some sense of that in the perspective of what Edwin was talking about briefly.
Thank you, moderator. I first want to thank you for the invite. And whenever I'm invited by this platform, journalist, I always attend. This is my second time, I think. First time I was at an hotel, I don't know if it was the Silver Springs, but I normally come. Because if you don't show up, then we are giving him more chances to prove that indeed we are deliberately being enemies. But we are not enemies. In fact, when Edwin was addressing, I was seated there, but I would nod my head. Sometimes I would feel like, oh yeah, okay, this happened, yes, I know about it, it happened. But it's interesting being a police officer, that one we must all appreciate, and at the same time, challenging. Because most of us before we joined were like you. But circumstances, some of us it is love, backed by family background, you join to serve your country. But you serve the country in the most challenging seat, whereby they will tell your colleague is coming, but we do not need him here. And that is it. No shortcut. Adrian is coming to address here, but we do not want him to address. What do? You whisk Edwin away, take him to a safe place, then release him next time to go to the public. But leaving that at that, I think that when Edwin was addressing, I discovered that we still have a lot to do, us as police. I'll speak on our police, not the army. I don't know about UPDF, where I have colleagues there. But as police, we still have a lot to do. And we pledge that we shall continue learning. It's a learning process. It's you to give us checks and balances. Where we are wrong, chip in, make the noise on social media. And most have been tried because of social media posts. A video goes viral, the policeman is hitting somebody, we pick interest, we look for that person and punish them. Just as when they are being tried, what I would love us to do next time, I guess you have a media council, like an organization. Try to liaise with the IGP or with us in a legal and human rights directorate. So that when cases are being tried of errand officers, at least some journalists are there to capture. Because these are courts which are not kangaroo courts, no. They are open courts, where everybody must be. Truth is, we try the errand officers. But because it is not captured in the media, someone will say, they don't try them. Even if he hits me with a baton, he will go scot-free. But they are tried. Where you have gone an extra mile and sue us in individual capacities. A good example of SP Mwesigwa, who was former DPC Old Kampala, who is a journalist. He was tried in public courts. Damages were awarded, huge sums of money, which I think up to now is still fighting to pay. And that send messages to other officers down there who think that they are immortal or untouchable, to try to act like human beings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Charity, you're free to respond. Let's have Charity pick the microphone, and please pass the sanitizer as well, just to make sure the mic is sanitized. Charity, as you respond to that, are you willing to concede on Afande Beyanga's point regarding the fact that while the videos of a policeman brutally harassing somebody will go viral, that especially in the media, we don't reciprocate whenever they actually have tried to bring an officer to justice, because you don't see that sort of attention where, we are saying, hey, this is the guy who beat up Charity in the riots last week, the police has actually put him on trial, this is the punishment that he's gotten. That never gets the same attention. That's a bit unfair on the media side, isn't it, in terms of, again, access to information for the public to know that the police has actually done something. Doesn't that become hypocritical of us at a certain level?
Thank you, Ben, and good morning to all the people here. I want to thank Afande. For the first time, I felt like, oh, that is good. The thing
because
is,
you have your mask on, I'm going to ask that you hold the microphone a bit closer to your mouth. Yes.
Okay. So the fact is, it would be good if these stories came out, because he has just underscored that if the stories came out, they would deter the lower rank officers from thinking they landed from Mars. You've not seen a policeman who thinks, I have all this power. He kicks you, baton out, knocks you. We've seen all these videos, and then they get out of themselves, It's as if they found a fly, not a fellow human being. This is what we've been crying about through this electoral season. That somebody sits in his car and drives over a fellow human being who has blood in his body. Now, to hear him saying that, I'm actually thinking, first places first. The people who ran over Frank should be tried publicly, and us, the journalists, publish the story. That other people will remember that this is a human being whose life you cost. And he had brothers, he had sisters, he had a mom, be humane. Why do you think for you will never die? I am so happy to hear him speak like this. I can't believe he's in the force. And I am happy that he's even saying he wants to educate the other policemen. I think one thing that journalists need to have now is the fact that information needs to get to all the police force. There are people who don't even have smartphones in the police force. They have community. There are some of them who are just not interested in information. They just like to walk around with their batons and their uniform and their tags and their targets. So we need to get them, to bring them to speed with reality. So as much as possible, I think what we need to do as a fraternity then is to think of ways in which we attach our media to the activities that the police engages with to bring justice. Because for us, they look like they never want to deliver justice at all. And from his point of view, he's actually saying, no, we do it. So we better now pay a bit of attention there. But from the discussion that I had from my first colleague, Oluka, he mentioned things like, I missed Adrian's presentation, but I know that from what he said, he was talking about access to information from public sources. And I just want us to briefly focus on the election that we just went by. If you go to the website right now and ask on the Electoral Commission website that you want the names of all people who stood as councillors in the past election, it will not be there. You want the names of those who stood as LC5. You're interested in finding the statistic of how many were women who tried the seat for LC5. It's not there. Then you ask for the results at local council, LC5, or even presidential. They were there, they went off, they came back, they went off. Now, you go to that website and again interest yourself in asking for the results of 1996. They're not there. Seek for the results of 2001. They're not there. Seek for the results of 2006 because you just want to do a trends analysis. You want to understand how many people have been refusing to vote from 1996 to date. And you can't find that information. So how do you go by this? You use the information, the access to information form, you fill it out, put it at Electoral Commission. You never get this information. They'll take you to a house, which is stuck with files from here up to there, a room bigger than this. It has files from the door up to the other end. You can't even have where to pass. You don't know where to pass. How will you get that information? So I think also the government, as much as they're trying to digitalize, they also need to find ways of putting out this information for people, because now we live in an era of information where we interest ourselves with statistics, with numbers, and we want to speak to that because we want facts. We are people who are fact-driven. We are not people who are word-driven. We want numbers, we want facts, we want the reality. We don't want you to come here and give us good propaganda. We got tired of propaganda. So I think that we need to move to that level.
Thank you very much, Charity. Let me come to Susan for a moment. For the record, Charity, it's very unfair of you to expect a policeman to have a smartphone when he will need to spend his salary for 4 months to be able to buy one.
Yeah, but I think that's why they have
Right? So I guess that sort of indicates as to why they will not be able to have a smartphone, because it wouldn't make any sense for you to spend 100% of your earnings for 5 months to be able to, just buy a phone. So I guess it speaks to a much bigger issue regarding their welfare and how they're taken care of. Susan, you've had the brief Charity has about access to information and the fact that that information is not there. In all fairness, it's not our biggest threat as a country in terms of actually having information available. It's not just about the elections. Correct me if I'm wrong, you're in the information, in the business of gathering information and making sure that it's available. If you just look for very basic things, in terms of data about, I think recently I was trying to find some information about a population in Fort Portal because I was traveling there, so I needed to get some very basic information about, the things that people do. It started talking about trends, and it's impossible to find anything, even pictures. Even if you're trying to look for pictures of Again, using that example, I was trying to design a poster and I'm looking for pictures of women in Fort Portal. It's not there because you'd expect to just find a picture somewhere that someone has uploaded of a woman standing next to a landmark that then clearly shows that this is someone in Fort Portal. So it's a much bigger problem that we have as a country. Susan, right?
Thank you very much, and thanks to my colleagues who have already spoken, and especially to Adrian, who gave us an overview of everything else in the morning. It was very informative, and I hope that everyone here appreciated it. And he challenged the media, especially, that it's highest time that you start challenging the process that we have now. It may be legal-wise, but it may also be in terms of tasting the processes, because you can complain and not walk the talk, it will never happen here. So, this is a conversation that has been happening, and I don't think it's about to end, and it will never end until when we, and when I say we, I talk about both citizens and also governments as well, we start acting. Prior to elections, we've been having challenges to access to information in Uganda, and now 2021, well, I have not really paid so much attention to elections in the past because a number of them have happened when I'm still a high school girl, not yet 18. But after I made 18 and I was able to vote, that's the time I started appreciating. But one that has touched and left a mark in me is 2021, especially when it came to COVID-19, elections, and information. And amidst all that, we cannot divorce conversation from the century we are in now, the 21st century, whereby we need access both offline and then we need access to information also offline and online. And these are not things that have been thrown from Mars. These are things that we have sat, agreed to them, and committed to them as governments. We purport to have consulted, we purport to have engaged participation, we have citizens participating in all these things. But when you come back home and reflect on what happens, we usually get very disappointed. A number of public officials themselves are not aware of a number of these things. Well, a funder there may have an idea, or even actually knows them. He's in the Human Rights Department. But I can assure you there are public officials who do not even know a law that guides their work. Yes? And some of them sit even in the highest of positions. What does the Access to Information Legal Framework push for? It pushes for proactive disclosure of information. Now, leave alone the conversation we have sometimes, get an Access to Information request form, ask for information. No. That's the other step for that other information that has to be requested for using an information request form. But mandatorily, public institutions, and I'm still not talking about Uganda alone, I'm talking about global context. Information is supposed to be proactively disclosed. Without me walking to you as a public official, kindly help me with the procurement plan. It's a public document for Christ's sake. Yes, but because sometimes we do not know and we have not tested it, it looks like a privilege that government has. It's like how the announcement was made on the comeback of the internet. It was so disheartening, like it's not our right to have it, but it's like a privilege too. The government has done so much to give us these things. No. And you see, it has reached a point whereby we have now fallen in love with VPN. I don't know how many are going to go back. Yes. And yet this would, without blockage of the internet, for example, we earn resources from it. We get taxes as government. So are we not, because during internet shutdown, remember, there are government institutions that operate based on internet. URSB, URA, even EC, although they have not given us convincing reason how those results were transmitted from the different locations to the National Tally Center. Well, I await for a time when we shall have that. But something else that's very critical that touched me during the 2021 elections was the new conversation on online rights. In the past, we used to simply say, there is access to the internet. But I want you to take note of the fact that it is no longer a mere conversation of internet. You actually have a fundamental right to the internet. And this has been endorsed, resolutions made as early as 2016. But still, because many of us do not I don't want to talk about reading culture, but I want to challenge us to always keep looking up for these things, okay? And our country is always top-notch in committing to these things. I want to take you very briefly through a rating where Uganda falls right now. I don't know how many of us have heard about Reporters Without Borders, RSF. Yes, I believe that you have. Uganda last year ranked 94. Is it 94? Actually not. And that is according to a different one. So Uganda last year ranked, and it was very 125 out of 180 in terms of freedom of journalists, press freedom in the world. So when I say out of 180, I mean all the UN states, okay? And then when you come to freedom of press index, we were 94 out of 100. Now when you also look at our national legislation and access to information, how do we rank? Our law ranks 97 out of 130. And all these assessments, and I don't want to always hear the conversation that I've had many times from public officials, those are European things. No, it's not. These are bodies that are consulted by the UN itself, UNESCO, even East African Community. They are consulted. So when you talk about RSF, when you talk about Center for Law and Democracy, they have people here, we do not know them, but they have people here who see what happens, but they only report them. Now, I'm very afraid that the 2021 RSF index, based on what happened during our elections, it's going to be worse. I don't know if we are going to be now 180 out of 180, but we are not doing well.
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, you'd rather have one of the extremes, right? Why be in the middle? If we're going all the way, let's just push it to the limit. Let's send the microphone back to Benon. As it comes, I should advise you, Susan, that on the issue of the Electoral Commission transmitting results, that is actually easy because I'm a computer scientist by training, and it's very easy to have a backbone network that allows you to transmit information without having access to other people on it. And NITA U at the moment actually does have a network that they're able to use to transmit results. So I can give you comfort that that is very easy to do, even without everyone else having access to the internet. I should also point out to you, you mentioned something around VPN and whether people are ever going to go back to VPN. Again, as a computer scientist, I should advise you that actually, while you think you're sticking it to Afande Beyang and the establishment, you're actually costing yourself a lot more. I don't know if it's worth it for you because you're going to consume a lot more data using VPN than you'd spend on OTT. But also, please be very aware that a lot of the VPNs that we use are actually free. And Edwin talked about this. A free VPN is actually not free because what you're doing using a VPN is that you're actually giving access to your personal data to the company that's running that VPN. So that becomes a very, very dangerous thing if someone insists on doing that.
Okay, safe border.
Yeah, we know what's happening. Yeah, and we'll actually come to that when we talk about data privacy and protection. 15 seconds so I can come back to Bernard.
Thank you. Adrian in the beginning quoted for us some of the different legal framework, and one of the key documents that he quoted was the Guidelines on Access to Information and Elections in Africa. A very recent document, which still is binding all the 55, or I can say 54 AU states. And it talks about what we already speaking to. But because of the circumstances that we have gone through, some people would rather part with more money. Elections is about trust. And if you breach that trust, somebody can do anything at whatever cost.
No, fair enough. My personal advice would be keep the VPN until 2021, but in the meantime, don't spend too much money just simply because you're angry with the government. It doesn't make any sense. You're actually, it's like, the whole adage of, I swallow poison so charity can die. It's something that's worth considering. Mr. Oluka, you're an investigative journalist. Edwin said some very interesting things about the legal framework that we have. It's very strong, the framework and all of that stuff. From your personal experience, I would like to know, have you actually gone out and tried to get access to information in these public places that you're entitled to? And how has that gone? Have you actually been able to access this information? What sort of responses have you got? What's the experience been like in trying to access information, not only in terms of election, but generally as well? Because I think it sort of, overarches.
Okay, thank you. First of all, let me respond quickly to the conversation we're having. The cost of access to information. Uganda has one of the highest in the world, One, not only our internet charge is so high, we are perhaps we are in the company of zero, no other country charges a social media tax. So high internet costs, one of the highest in Africa. We are being charged a social media tax, and then there are all these blockages coming into place. The work that I do with the Global Investigative Journalism Network requires me to be online 24 hours a day. I have meetings which are online. I'm the only one based here. The rest of our team is based all over the continent, all over the world. So any meeting we have, I need to have internet access. Any work that I do, I need to have internet access. I had paid OTT for 1 year. Yeah?
There are many people.
Thinking that, okay, let me get over this issue once and for all, and I don't have to go back and forth every month, And then the first month of the year, I'm cut off. I didn't use my OTT from 10th of January to 10th of Feb. I don't know where to go to reclaim that money. It may look little, but just imagine how many other people like me who had paid well in advance and have lost that money. So, while we are saying the right to information, access to information and everything is a fundamental human right, our own government is infringing on it, and to a cost to all the citizens who are supposed to have the right to this information. You lost business. I am losing time and money because of the kind of work that I do. So many other people are making those kinds of losses. I think the total cost was what, 25 billion shillings?
Which one? 991.
Oh, so it was about 25 billion per day, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, I think
991
in total.
for those 4 or 5 days.
Yeah, so we lost almost 1 trillion shillings in an economy where our budget is just a few trillion shillings. So we've lost a huge chunk of money that should be going to support us and provide services and all. So this is something we should really take very seriously. The lawyers, those who can challenge these issues in the courts should be working overtime to make sure we don't have a repeat of this kind of thing. Now, with access to information, I will not go into the legal side of it because Susan and the Hub for Investigative Media has done a lot of work on that, going through the legal processes of getting information. They have, I don't know how many, the Hub for Investigative Media, not Susan, Mr. Sechewa, I don't know where he is. I hoped he was going to be here to be part of this conversation. But the Hub for Investigative Media has lodged up to now, I think, more than 100 applications for information that is hidden from the public. As an investigative journalist, we have, the truth is that we do not test this provision enough. The traditional media houses, the New Visions of this world, the Monitor, the Observer, NTV, NBS, do not test this provision enough. Why? Because I think, one, it's an issue of lacking sort of specialized knowledge within the newsroom of how to do this. So there is a challenge there. That's why our biggest reference is a media non-profit, the Hub for Investigative Media, which has just focused its resources towards challenging this provision. And they have had lots of successes. I wish I'll try to get that information and see the kind of successes they have registered. Now, For me, as an investigative journalist, I've tried to find alternative ways of circumventing the roadblocks that the state puts in place. You need to begin to see that, in the general work that the government does in provision of information, where are the loopholes that you can find? So URA, for instance, for them to do business, they need to have a much more open system, and they now have that. So if for instance, some of these drones with the private number plates are going around picking people, if you find a drone with a number plate, take that number plate, go to the URA website. There's a provision within the URA website where you can log in that number plate to find who owns that car, or at least owns the number plate. I've seen them swap number plates all over the place. But who is this number plate registered under? Right. When you go to URSB, the Uganda Registration Services Bureau, they also now have a provision where you can find out who owns which company. So again, that is something you can take advantage of. So if you're doing your investigations as a journalist, it's not that information will always find you on a silver platter. No, you're trying to connect the dots that will eventually lead you to the kind of information that you can reveal to the public. Right. So getting the skill to know where to find which bit of information that you can then connect with another bit of information, say from the Office of the Auditor General, which also easily provides free access to information. Getting that skill to know where to connect those dots and eventually find the information is something that every journalist should be looking to learn how to do it. When you go online, Google Earth, if you're trying to find who stays where and all that, or which building is positioned where and all that, you can easily get that. So whistleblowers, does that come into the picture if you're trying to access information? Do they become another important part of that discussion, being able to find people that might be willing to share information that normally would not be available? Because you do mention blockages that the state puts in the way. Can I suggest that sometimes maybe it's not blockages, it's just sheer incompetence? Like Charity said, the fact that the EC is not able to put results for the last 5-6 elections isn't just about the electoral commission, because those results were made available for the entire country. How come no one else actually has picked them up and put them in a place where everyone can find them? So it seems to be a general problem that we have as a country, that we are so myopic that we never seem to be able to put it, gather and put information in a place that can be kept for a long period of time. It goes beyond the state. That's what I'm trying to say, right? Yeah, like I said earlier, that we make our laws to international standards. We want to make sure that we tick all the right boxes in terms of the UN Charter for Human Rights and all that. But when it comes to implementation, you're doing it the Juakali way, the Ugandan way. So while the Electoral Commission is required to provide that kind of information, they will cut corners, knowing that they can go around that, and perhaps there will be no punitive action. The thing about whistleblowers that you're talking about, this is an old practice. So I didn't talk about it because ideally every journalist should know about that. I was talking about sort of the new ways that you can, find information.
Right.
But whistleblowers, having sources within those organizations, having people who can trust you with information, cultivating those sources over time, is something we should be doing as a matter of course. As a journalist,
right.
not just as an investigative journalist. Mm-hmm. But then we also need to add, on top of that, the sort of offline ways of doing investigations or finding information. You need to add the new ones that are now available to us thanks to new media and online technology.
Right. Let me come to a funded there. Susan mentioned something about how in some cases the way information is managed, sometimes even the so-called biggest people sometimes don't have certain information. And that seems to be a challenge in its own right. I interviewed one of the Ame people on my show on Saturday, and he was pointing out the fact that in certain cases, and I think Edwin mentioned it as well, the provisions in the law that talk about restrictions to access of information regarding national security. Could you maybe give us some insight into how that happens, the fact that maybe this information sometimes is on a need to know that there are things that we don't know about that the government will use to say, we're going to shut down the internet because if we don't, because they've not been very clear on why. If you're telling us that it's subversive activities, does it have to say, look, here is the evidence. Susan texted the charity saying they want to go and burn down a petrol station. We thought that if we let this continue, it's going to become a big problem, so we shut it down. Isn't that something that maybe could be a consideration for security forces? But also, is it possible that even for some of you guys, there's information that's above your pay grade that you don't know that then ends up affecting all of us? Is that something that that we should learn to respect and appreciate?
Okay, thank you, moderator. I like your last statement, that maybe even some of us, you find that there is information that you don't know, that is known by other topmost officers, that would cause or would be termed as national security. That's very true. Because if you pose such a question to me, I will be open to you that if out of 100% of information that is termed as national security information, I, who is physically here, I might even be maybe like just 1%. Okay? So there are those topmost officials who share that information, and they are in that position. Let's say Director ISO, IGP, DIGP. Once information is received, because we normally depend on information as forces, which we turn into intelligence. Information is obtained from the wananchi. Our colleague, the council, might come and give us some information. To him, it is mere information is informing. But once security forces dig deeper to that, to find out the outcome, we discovered it was going to be very big. An example of the move to ban the petrol stations, they heard over it. It was started by me, a few people, who would come on, because forces have informants, who are civilians like you here. Somebody comes, I would love to meet IGP, have some information. He's granted access, okay? He goes and meets IGP, gives information, and that is top secret information, which me, ASP Cornelius Beyanga, sitting in the Directorate of Human Rights and Legal Services, is not privy to. And I also come to meet it in media, newspapers and WhatsApp. So, such information, some of us are not even party to. We don't know it, some of us, if not most of us by now.
Do you think, though, that then provides an opportunity maybe for some people out to abuse?
That's what I was coming to now.
Right.
Now, that group, the highly ranked, or those who access that information, supposing they have personal interests, who knows? Now I'm speaking like, yeah. Supposing they have personal interests, who knows? Nobody knows. So, they might use their interest to deter you and I from enjoying our internet, which I personally was affected to. If you check on my phone, I have VPN, fully running.
Can you make sure that's not on the camera? Just for Afande's sake.
That's why sometimes when we're invited in such audiences, we prefer to open up and talk like human rights activists, in fact. Because, leave alone being a police officer, I'm in a good directorate, human rights and legal services. Anything concerning human rights, we come up. We've made reports after such meetings. Some of the things we echoed in, we are happy that are being done. After a meeting, I think last year, a workshop organized at Royal Suits. That's when, after putting the recommendations, we saw more courts being created, disciplinary courts. 4 of them now, which are standby to rotate across the whole country. Leave alone the unit courts. Why? Because somebody made a report, And because there's this young man called, he's from, is it HID? Human Rights Defender, something it's called, I've forgotten the name. Edward. Serichurch. I share with him, personal basis, being an OB from UC Law School. That was his idea. Putting it in a report, it worked. Courts were created by IGP saying, now, since there are officers are many, let's have these many courts also, which are standby, which are facilitated, move across the whole country to try these senior errand officers who are doing this service.
Right.
That was positive.
Thank you very much, Afande Beanga, for your candidness and honesty. I'm sure it will be very endearing to Charity. Charity, Afande is willing to, sort of put on the record that there are definitely issues on their part and that sometimes it might be out of their control. And obviously there's something that needs to be done about that. When you turn it to our side, especially as journalists and people who are supposed to be purveyors of information, where do you point fingers at us, especially on the issue of balanced and objective reporting, and also reporting without fear and favor? Because, please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, we tend to have some very clear biases in a lot of the things that we do, which then sort of render the discussion almost most, because you're trying to hold the younger to the highest standards that we are not willing to keep. That ends up being a bit, again, I'll use the word hypocritical again.
Thank you, Ben. And I want to agree there. One of the things many civil society people have branded me as government for is my balance. Because I remember that when this issue came up, I said, yes, we are signatories to all these instruments. The ICCPR, we have ACDIG. And when you look at the principles of these international instruments and the fact that we couldn't be on the internet, it looks like surely we have done a gross mistake. But if we balance it off on a scale of security, what was better? And then I went ahead to quote...
Safety or liberty?
I went ahead to quote Myanmar now. You see what happened to them. They have also had to shut down their internet. I told them about Trump. He was shut off from Twitter when they thought he's continuing to instigate people to go and riot. So I said, when it comes to issues of security, if the country ran down into a violent situation, not even those internet users will be there to use it. You will be running for the next place to scamper for safety. So if it means that this internet was going to be switched off to secure my life, to secure yours, then so be it. And that is when I argued on NBS that we are back to 1900, let us live in the world where those guys lived, and let's enjoy it for a bit of time if it is for our security.
And we did.
And guys had me for breakfast, and they said, no, Charity, I think you don't sit in the correct place. How can you call yourself one who defends rights and democracy? And you say that it's okay to go back to 1900, and I said, yes, if it is for security. I stood my ground. Because even if you must be a leader, you must balance. There must come a time. That is why even in governance, you will take a decision that you don't agree with everybody else. But you're doing it for the good of the organization. You must be strategic, and you must be fun. But if you're going to be like this, then we get rid of you. That's why not many people can govern Uganda. So I want to agree that when it comes to issues of security and where we do not have all the information that we have, it's okay for us to continue to make noise. But when you're a journalist, please balance the story. Pick issues from other jurisdictions. Let the people read for themselves and judge whether it is a fair decision, whether it should be lifted soon, or whether we should get more information concerning that issue.
Yeah. Because sometimes you get the feeling that sometimes the journalists or the media sometimes will do a story in a way that because they know that our readers are, leaning in this direction, so
yes.
we don't want to antagonize them. So
exactly.
even if the government has done something that, like
it's
for their
the
own
public good, yeah.
we can't be seen to be supporting the enemy, right?
Exactly. And so, and I think that is when even the question of emotive reporting becomes, it's difficult to separate our emotions from that report. But remember that in journalism school, you are taught to be balanced. You are taught to be honest. You are taught to search for more than one source. If you've interviewed 2-3 people who are only saying International Covenant, ACDEC, access to information, Article 29 of the Constitution, if you have only interviewed people who are saying that, can you please go and interview the other set of people who are in security, the IGP who he has talked about, the human rights policemen, find out from their side of the story, what is exactly at stake? Can they paint it a bit better for us to appreciate this side? And put out the story, put all the facts out, and let the people decide, because that is it. Journalism is about putting out the information, and let me, the reader, decide for myself.
Yeah, I remember, we'll come to you, Susan, and one last question for you, and then we'll open it up because of time. The Kayunga riots, I think we remember those very well. I'll never forget what happened at the time. So there were actually 2 instances that I want to share very briefly. There was the Kayunga riots, that was 2009, if I'm not mistaken, and then there was the Mabira riots a couple of years before that. And one of the things that really bothered me, when the Mabira riots happened, I was working at Sanyu FM as head of programming, sitting on the 6th floor of Green Chamber, so we could see everything that was going on around us, City Square, Chiseka, down to Clock Tower, all of that. And then, of course, you've got this live coverage coming in from the TV. And I remember one of the things that really disturbed me is the fact that you've got these young people, and if I'm allowed to call them hooligans, I'll call them that, because they didn't seem like they even knew what was happening and what was being fought for. They literally decided to engage the police and take the police on in a war, because the police was just, there was a police pickup. I'll never forget this day. Sitting up on Crane Chambers, a police patrol is just passing around, doing nothing, right, or so patrolling, and then a bunch of guys, about 6 or 7, all grab stones, and they are pelting the police pickup with a bunch of stones. Now, by the time the guy from NTV switches on his camera to pick the picture, what they pick is police shooting tear gas at these guys. And then you've got a sensational reporter saying, oh my God, they're shooting at people. And it really bothered me, because the person who is watching at home is instantly going to think that the young guys are evil, without having an understanding of what else has happened on the other side, which is the question I'm asking you, Susan, as we wrap up. The issue of, in 15 seconds, as you do, then I'll ask, let me ask Susan my question, and then you can respond, we'll come back to Susan. The issue, Susan, of what happens with the law that Eddie talked about, in regards to, especially the Presidential Election Act, the things that he pointed, I wrote them down. Sectarianism, I don't know if that sounds familiar, it's become a very big one in the last few weeks.
But it is.
Malice, ridicule, decampaigning, abuse, insults. The magnitude of all of these things, from both camps, from literally everyone who has been engaged in this process, has been at such a high level that it makes you wonder, Susan, if the government then gets vindicated with their decision, because you get the feeling that we were sort of going to a place where people are going to say, Charity's nose, right? She's wearing a mask now, but Charity has a slightly sharp nose, so all of a sudden, go after her. We saw people beating people because they're wearing a yellow t-shirt, right? And the question for you, Susan, is this. At what point in this whole access to information do we hold citizens responsible for information that they share? The amount of misinformation, and remember the last session dialogue we had, Charity was here, we talked about this issue, Erin was here as well, the issue of misinformation, where an accident happens in somewhere in Barara, and the guy picks up a picture and posts it and says, police has killed 40 people. Where do we hold citizens responsible for the things that they do? Because you don't see many of them being charged for these things, right? Because they're using fake names on Facebook and Twitter, whatever. That's your question. We'll wrap up with that, but I'll give Ms. Oluka 15 seconds to respond to what Joyce was saying, and then we'll open it up to the floor for any questions.
Maybe I'm stoking flames for the conversation Charity had at the NPS, but I wanted very quickly to disagree with the sort of what she talked about the media. You see, some of the reporting that I saw was asking questions and saying, one, under what law was this done? Two, how come it was done in such a way that, without any fair warning? Like we say, people lost money, people lost opportunities, there was so much that... So there are certain things, there are standards that we expect of our government, and in the reporting that the media is doing, it is checking the government to see that they uphold those. So when we say, for instance, that the so-called preventive arrest is illegal really, because you're saying you're anticipating that somebody is going to commit a crime, and then maybe you either lock them in their house, put them under house arrest, or you pick them from somewhere and take them, without no warrant, you're not telling them what they have done and all that. If we make this standard practice for the way our government operates as a country, we are setting a bad precedent which is going to stay with us for a very long time. So the media was trying to check that, okay, there was, like Jan said, one website blocked in 2006. It was followed by a social media blockage under Kaihura, and then a total internet shutdown. So what are we expecting next? And so if we begin to justify some of these things under the guise of security, just like the security agencies are doing, without saying what are the laws that govern the management of public affairs in Uganda, and what are those laws saying? If we get into the emotive part of just saying, without looking at the provisions, the legal provisions, we are going down a deadly path which can easily have a much more devastating impact than even the blockages that you're talking about. Right. Because over time, as you're seeing, every time you cede ground to the state, it wants more. Yeah. And you keep wanting more until some point when, during elections, they will say, you can't get out of your house. Yeah. That kind of thing.
Well, we already have coffee for that. Yeah.
I think that's where the conversation was coming from, when people said, you cannot call for democracy, and then you say it's okay for the police to do what they did. But you see, and I agree, democracy is a struggle for space. That we must push back, and they push back. But at what point do you know they are telling the truth or a lie?
Right.
And at what point do you want us then to just keep pushing our side until we find ourselves in a situation of where it is kill each other and hate each other? All people in the villages were being told, we're going to cut off those legs of yours for being Banyankole, for being Banyarwanda. You don't know these things. Where I live, they had mapped out this Banyankole's house, this Banyankole's house, until my shopkeeper, who gives me sugar, told me, that word stuck with me until I got tears in my eyes. I thought to myself, he has no idea it's now just a blanket judge everybody as they are. Did we want to degenerate to that level? So then it gets to a point of, yes, I am a human rights defender. But how far do I want to drive certain things that I am seeing happening in my community and blind myself and just keep pushing the human rights battle? So there must be a point of when, as journalists, because the journalists sit in the border, they should agree to sit in the border. Unfortunately, many of us have sat wherever. We choose to go opposition or we choose to go government. But the ideal thing for a journalist, and please every young journalist seated in this place should listen to me, never be driven to be government or to be opposition. Be driven by principle. Stand for the ideals for what you went to school for. Be driven by professionalism. Be driven by being a Ugandan.
Listening over to Susan, because Susan, that speaks into what I was going to ask you. Listening to the passion in Charity's voice just highlights the sensitivity of, especially where we are as a country, and what information and how it's managed can actually become a big problem to the point of setting the country on fire. And that becomes again, with Susan leading into that question still, the advent of social media and the things that we see happening there, it goes back to those two words on the screen behind you, about the safety or liberties, and where do we as citizens then get to be held accountable? Because once you stoke a fire, you use that phrase. If 10 people start saying, that Oroka man, those people from the north, and also you've been hearing a lot in the last few months, there's a lot of very dangerous undertones. If you allow that sort of nonsense, and allow me to call it that, to continue unabated, right? And it just keeps on, because normally you see on Facebook when Charity says something, and then a guy comes and posts, and another guy, then they abuse each other. Before you know it, they are using words that their mothers cannot, be allowed to see. Where does that end?
Thank you. The conversation is becoming more interesting, but unfortunately it's coming to an end. Okay, so
it's actually just starting. This is just the dialogues are simply meant to be set the
this
tone
one
for.
internally here is coming to an end. Now, these are all the challenges that lack of access to information brings. I want us to be honest. When you do not have information, you're bound to err. And I'm very glad that this last question has come up, because I was looking for an opportunity to talk about it. Now I have the opportunity. When Adrian was presenting before us, he told us that access to information is not, what did he say? It's not an absolute human right. It has limitations. There are very few human rights. I'll call them extremely fundamental in that there is no excuse to them. For example, freedom from torture, slavery, but access to information is not one of them. There can never be justification to beat someone up and kill them. But there can be an exception for you not to get certain information for your own protection. Before I get to answer that specifically, allow me to share a very brief experience. Last year we did an assessment on the state of access to information and elections in Uganda, when we're doing a regional framework, but specifically for us in Uganda, we're doing our Ugandan context. And I met various people for the assessment, and one of them, and I'm not going to mention names still for security purposes, because I was not even given an opportunity to have a picture. I interviewed one of the key persons in UPDF, and I interviewed the key person in police. But of course, there was express communication to me. If you want our pictures to appear in your report, you have to officially write. But I didn't want to, as long as I got the message, so I did not follow up with that. And I'm telling you, I was very impressed with the conversation. But I also must tell you that some of the people I met, I was their student. Maybe that is why I was able to get the information easily. But I got so many commitments in this discussion I had with them. And I waited for 2021 elections to reflect them. Unfortunately, they did not. Not all of them, okay, some did. And we also tried to test the system of government in terms of let's request for information. When we had an engagement with media, we asked them for the different types of information they would want to know. So we wanted to request for information as an organization on their behalf. And yes, we sent out the request for information. Out of the so many requests that we sent, so far, we have received 4. And I must tell you that we've not paid even 50 shillings to get that information. And one of the 4 was a referral to UCC because Ministry of ICT did not have that information. Yes, so I was assisted to go to UCC and get that information. Let me come back to exceptions. Adrian told us it's not an absolute right. So there's something we call the 3-part test. You'll find it in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, you'll find it also in the ICCPR, and you will find it also in our own African Charter of Human and People's Rights. That information may not be given to you, and the test that should be followed is ABC when they're not giving you that information. For example, 1, if they are not going to give you information as a public institution, for example, they will argue the information must relate to a legitimate aim. So if it is to protect your security, your privacy, they will not give it out. And then secondly, the disclosure must threaten or cause substantial harm, that is to you and me, the public. And then lastly, that harm that you and I are likely to get, it overrides public interest. So tell me that you went to hospital and did a test and the results were very painful, and someone walks and tells the doctor, give me their results, and then I publish it in a newspaper. How does it feel? It feels very terrible. Imagine Uganda and Rwanda, remember what happened to us last year? Have that conflict. And then a media person asks for specific information and somebody leaks it to him and it gets out. What if we got into war? Do we want, right now we are the largest hosting country for refugees. Now where will we go? Because we are hosting them, but what about us? Where shall we go? So at some point, it's very necessary. Now remember also that we are in a 21st century, and this is the new conversation that is coming up now. Misinformation and disinformation. I invite you to, there's a book that was published last year. I contributed to the book, not contributed in writing, but I was interviewed for that book. And it was published by the Forum on Information and Democracy. And the title is The Working Group on Infodemics. You can get it on the internet. And the conversation was on transparency and accountability of media platforms, and then misinformation and disinformation. 2 days ago, we received a request from the Office of the UN Special Rapporteur on freedom of expression and access to information. And she's supposed to submit a statement to the UN Human Rights Council on this very troubling topic, misinformation and disinformation. The internet has come with so many challenges, and it has also become a challenge to access to information, by the way. We have a right to get that information online, but also accessing that information has caused loss of lives, so many of them. When I went home, I'm one of the people whose husband sent home because of elections, because he thought it was going to be terrible. And I accepted because one, I wanted to vote, because I was going to vote near home. That was chief reason. But two, I have a child. And I'm like, if I stay here and anything happens, what will happen to me? When I went home, my father is a land person, not land in terms of law, he's a teacher. A very experienced person, but the things my father would say about elections, I was very embarrassed. I don't know where they're getting the information from, but it was very troubling that when you go to your villages, even in Kampala we are very much misinformed, but imagine deep down in the villages, people had terrible stories. Stories about people in the West, and then stories about people in the North. And people fought. I remember one of the LC5 candidates was beaten, clobbered on election day. So the conversation on misinformation and disinformation has taken root, and I am not going to be surprised that the UN Human Rights Council in June is going to pass a resolution to that let us manage how we also use information. So allow me to conclude by saying, as the media, I know many of us are here. You are the fourth estate. You are the watchdogs. There is what we call human rights sensitive reporting. I miss the days when I used to read articles of certain veteran media personnel or journalists. I don't see so many of them today. I wish we could turn back the hand of time and have that.
No. Thankfully, we happen to have a person who is responsible for training many of them. Dr. Adolf will be coming to give a presentation in a little bit. Before he does, I want to open the floor very briefly to some questions or comments. Now, in the interest of time, you're going to allow me to bully you. And I'm going to ask that when you do get a chance to say something, please do stand so we can see you. Tell us your name and what you do. And I beg, no, I instruct, since I am in charge for today, that you keep it to not more than a minute. Anything above that, don't make me embarrass you by grabbing the microphone from your hands. Yeah, let's try and be together on that front. So if, Charlie, you don't mind passing me the microphone, please? Just sanitize it for me. Actually, give me the sanitizer. that. Just put up your hand where you are. I'll bring the microphone to you. Please do share what it is. I'll start with Mr. Malala over here, and then we'll come around the back and then go to the front. Something you were saying there, Susan, that I actually wanted to pick up on was the issue of that misinformation. We remember just before the elections when there was an issue regarding pictures of one of the presidential candidates and his family going back to the States and the things that were said about that. I found that very disturbing because it could have been for any reason. A guy has just said, my family has been through a very difficult time. Let me send them away for a holiday because they're able to do that. And all of a sudden, the Sekawas decide, no, this guy is trying to shield his family from what's going on. It becomes very, very dangerous and a slippery slope. So yeah, let's start with you, Tom, then we'll go around. Please remember, tell us what you do, your name, and try and keep it to under a minute.
Thank you, moderator. I'm a former journalist. I just want to make a few comments or provide some information. Mr. Beyang, I had him belaboring to explain his relationship and why he's here. I just want to tell Mr. Beyang, just tell us that in the forces there is what is called the need to know. Not everybody gets to know certain things. I've tried to access information from the police. I have never failed. Where I've failed, I've stolen it. So, to me, accessing information there is not a problem. To the lady in red, I just want to inform you, you demanded for the justice of Frank a while ago. Yes. Can we put that into context? Why was Frank arrested? He assaulted, if I can put it this way, a Munyankole man and the husband of a journalist at Chengera. The case was reported at Chengera and he was arrested. He jumped out of a drone and he got hit. Whose problem? You just said a while ago that there was a lot of this talk about attacking Banyankole, attacking. Here is the person aspiring to get into government. He punches a man driving innocently. How do you feel?
And I want to respond almost immediately.
Thank you very much. There was another hand. Okay, and then we'll come to you, Mercy, in a moment. Mike.
Thank you, Ben. I am Mike Sagawa. I work with Watchdog Uganda. So, Ben, I had like 3 questions. I'll ask one because you've already asked. My focus actually goes to Benon, in line with a couple of days ago. Actually, I saw him posting about, I think it was an issue of NBS and the no people, and he was highlighting, I think it was Acme Research, showing how NBS was had given actually Bobby Wine and no lots of coverage, and now here was no blasting NBS 1, 2, 3 things, and then a few minutes later, we saw one of the workers of NBS who was injured on duty, saying, "Oh, I was working for you, and work with you, and so what happened? Now you're bashing us for this." And I wanted you to share. Actually, I think it's again trying to raise the issue, the position of the journalists when we are doing political reporting. Are we doing this because we are doing NRA or FDC or whatever a favor, or we are actually there for our job? And if we are injured while on duty, not because we are doing everybody a favor, and we don't have to apologize to anyone for reporting positively or negatively about such people. I want you to share your experiences as an experienced journalist of what you think about that particular scenario in line with our safety and liberties.
Right. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you very much. I'm called Goodluck Musinguzi. I work with Chigizi News. I wanted to ask, but I'll give also a small contribution. Access to information. When you look at some of the journalists, when they go out, even if it's not related to elections, you wonder what's on this person's head. Why are they rushing to get these stories? So maybe also it could be a problem, and I'm happy Mr. Bain is here, that maybe, and I've also talked to Jan, that can we maybe redefine the journalists, break them down, as Benon sometimes also says, so that we have journalists who are ready to go and work, even if it is one story, in a year. I remember when I was at Monitor, I used to come up with headlines, but even if it was one in a year, I would feel good. So, but you find journalists are rushing. Recently, we were in Kabale for the same media week. When we came, there was a story in the Monitor about the oxygen. I asked to go and see what was there. The head of oxygen, whatever, at Mulago said, if you don't have time, please go away. I'm tired of seeing journalists who come here, they are WhatsApping, they are on phone, and afterwards, you see what they are reporting, you wonder. So I wanted to say, as we look for freedom of expression and all this, the opportunity is there, but also our people are letting us down. Lastly, it seems the international bloggers, in quotes, they have taken the space of media. I hope the media here takes over their space.
All right. I can tell you something with it, that feeling good does not pay the bills. If you remember the Media Week last year in November, we had a big discussion about media viability. Mr. Alex Athaide here from PML will remember this very clearly. So that issue of being a journalist because you have to write one story a year becomes very challenging when you have school fees to pay. Mercy, we'll finish with you and then we'll go back to the panel.
My name is Mercy Grace Munduru. I work as Program Manager Democratic Governance at Action Aid, Uganda. I think I want to speak broadly to the issue of the shrinking civic space. All the conversations we're having around freedom of expression and freeing our liberties really for me speaks to the broader issue of the shrinking civic space. And because when we speak about civil society, many times we define civil society to mean NGOs, not knowing that civil society includes the media, includes the private sector, includes NGOs and all of us. What we witness in Uganda is a pattern that targets civil society as a block, not NGOs, not journalists on their own. What happens is, instead of confronting the issues that affect all of us, we start to apportion blame. You find NGOs blaming journalists, journalists blaming NGOs, political parties blaming journalists, and at the end of the day, our eyes are taken off the core issues that we are challenging. It is our duty as civil society to free the civic space so that we're able to do our work the way we are proposing to do, with liberties and freedoms. But if we do not focus on the goal of freeing this space as a united front, you realize that the patterns will keep moving from the mainstream civil society to what we see now, to donors, to different groups, and we do not want to get to that point before we acknowledge that we are all working towards the same goal. I just thought I would highlight that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, we appreciate that. I'm going to beg to go back to the panel because of time. Again, the issue being that this is a dialogue, so we're just getting started. We're going to have an entire hour and a half over a wonderful meal to be able to talk through a lot of this stuff. So please don't be offended if I don't come to you for now, because I don't want to miss our next presentation because it's very key. What I'm going to do now though, is give a chance to the panel to respond to the things that were raised. We'll start with you, Benon. Please try and make it very brief. We'll go through to Afane Beanga, to Charity, and then finish with Susan, if anything from things that were being asked. And then we'll go on to our next presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ben. Thank you, Mike Segawa. I think the issue of that altercation between NUP and NBS was just badly handled on both sides. What the NUP presidential candidate was trying to do is a legitimate thing, to ask questions and say, you guys did this and that, anybody who has done research knows that if you're doing research, you must show where the information that you're sharing came from. It's standard practice. It's a basic part of collecting data. If they did not show, and I remember looking at their tallies and I was thinking, well, why is this not adding up? But we all sort of, if the internet had been on at the time, we could have, made it known immediately. But there was an internet blockage. You were seeing someone with 109 votes having 0.9%, another one with 112 votes having 0.67. It just didn't add up, So it was a legitimate question. Where did you get this information? How come it's not adding up? Just give us that. He could have wanted to use that for his election petition, and it was a legitimate question. People write all the time to media houses asking for feedback, which they receive. The problem is they then made it a propaganda tool in the sense that they did, posted the letter on social media to try and, gain. Of course, NBS was put on the defensive, and rather than also respond in the best way possible, which should have been to provide, and that's what my post was about. I was challenging NBS that don't get drawn into a shouting match over, within UP. Just provide information about where you got the information, the statistics from. If you had reporters on the ground, say we had 103 reporters each, we covered this many districts, and we were getting these people, and it was evident. I actually saw I watched that broadcast, and I think Colonel Mukumi was walking around the newsroom, introducing the people who were coordinating tallying for the different districts and different regions. So they actually they could have provided footage of that kind and showed that we had people in the newsroom who were tallying these things, and we had people in the field who were getting this kind of information. It was a basic public relations job, which the public relations manager sort of messed up, in my view. So it could have been something so easily handled, but they did not do it. And for me, that was the problem I was trying to raise. Now, generally, we have our ethics, ethical code of conduct, which governs how we work, and we should be following that in trying to get information to people. I was at least happy that the thing that you mentioned about the NUP, again, Bobby Wine's family being sent out of the country, it came out on social media, but then it did not go into mainstream media, because it would have been legitimizing an illegality, which was the leakage of that information, which shouldn't have happened. In the same way, when Amama Mbawazi's water bills were leaked in the media, again, it was not picked up by mainstream media. So there is a sense of restraint in terms of what kind of information gets into mainstream media, and that's something we should keep reminding ourselves about the ethics. I just asked Fande Beyanga here, what then happens if somebody leaks information shares information on social media? There is the CID crimes division, which always handles things like electronic media crimes, and they would have picked up on such things and put people to book and said, why are you sharing this information which is illegal? You're endangering somebody. The only problem is that, again, that division is being used for political persecution rather than doing the job that it should be doing, and those are the things we should be calling out as journalists. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Veron. We'll hand over briefly to Afade Beyanga. I should point out, though, on that issue of the results and tallying, all of you and most of you have access to what happens in the media. You will know that Uganda doesn't yet have the sort of sophistication to have automated tallying. So all the graphics you see on TV have been typed in by a guy on the desk. And so it's the easiest explanation. If I had been at NBS, I'd have told him it's a very simple thing to explain. The guy who was typing in the things for the graphics got it wrong. Every single news bulletin every day that you see has at least 2 or 3 typos on a daily basis. There's a campaign that we run, I don't know if Alex, you were still at the minute at the time, when they run a campaign, to try and see how many days we could go without having an error in the newspaper. Do you know how many days we're able to go? None. Up to date, it has become literally impossible. I don't know how PML is doing on that front, Alex, but it has proven impossible for a publication in Uganda to go a single day without having an error, right? Everywhere. Just that for us, it's and that's why there's supposed to be a correction section. So I think that one, again, it's a thing of people then take it out of context and suddenly use it to try and, I think the word is weaponize it, and sometimes very unfairly. After the President, we'll go to the rest of the panel.
I think the first person to pose a question, in fact, it was a comment he was contributing. It was our senior journalist. I didn't capture the name.
Tom.
Yes, Tom. Tom talked of how accessing information at police is so easy. Tom, I concur with you there. If you want information now, we as journalists, you apply for that info and get it. But if you want intelligence, you will never get it, Tom. However, you talked of also stealing it. Of course, there are those errand officers whom we talk of whenever we are on such platforms. Just like in a family, you will have kids who are good and one like this, who is what? Who is not morally upright. That's the person who will steal information and he hands it over to you. However, information gotten through those ways, I doubt its legality also. Because once you apply for info, you want it officially, you'll get our official document. But if somebody steals it for you, then maybe the essence you wanted it for also was not so serious. Secondly, I always urge, whenever I get a chance of meeting media people, whenever your rights are violated, please don't sit back and say, the other policeman, I think, fell from heaven and let me just leave him. No, we have put measures, we have put ways in which you can report such officers and we punish them. I have the benefit of being a prosecutor in one of the courts where we are prosecuting many officers who have tortured our civilians outside, citizens. So once your rights are violated, please come up. We are all educated here, we can write at least. Write a complaint to IGP. Attention Director Legal, it will come direct to us human rights, and we shall always help you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Charity and Susan briefly, and then we'll go on to our next presentation.
I think, thank you very much, and Tom, to you immediately I had wanted to respond. So Frank punched someone and he jumped off a drone. You must not be living in Uganda. What happens to people who are picked by drones? They disappear to where? To oblivion. We don't know where they go. Their lives are at a risk. Many of them return with the fingernails missing, eyes taunted, everything. If you were picked by a drone today, I dare you, Tom, you jump off that drone. He punched someone, and it justifies his death. Article 21 guaranteed Frank a right to life. He punched someone, and there was a case opened against him. Fair hearing is an absolute right in the Constitution. So we should have had a court process that tried him for the act of punching, but not run over him. We are human beings. Please, let nothing ever justify us killing other people because they did something, because they punched someone, because they kicked someone, because they... Please never justify such an inhumane act. Did you see the blood that spilled out of this boy's head? It is the only first time I cried while watching a news bulletin. Tom, please, let us not try. Let us not live in a world where we think we are beyond being human beings. God did create us that we live with each other. Please, don't get me there. Article 21, never forget it. Fair hearing, never forget it. As a journalist, remain principled, report objectively. Now I want to conclude at the point of where the police has asked us, as journalists, to always tell our story. The IGP came out and said, we beat journalists because we want to keep them away from danger. Imagine that. You are the custodian of these rights and defending them, and you say we beat them, and you're even very happy to pump yourself up and say we beat them. In their right course of duty, I think the IGP actually needs to come out and apologize to journalists of this country. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Tracy. Lastly, Susan, please sanitize your mic. The things COVID has done to us. Our sanitizer is now embedded in our brains. It's
the kind of conversations we need to continue having every day. Mine is going to be very brief, and I've forgotten his name. The gentleman on a pink mask talked about the challenges. It's you. Yeah, he talked about the challenges. Yes, Mr. Musingozi, good luck. The challenges of journalists. Some of those challenges they face have resulted into the kind of stories that we have today. How many of us think that we have an obligation, even without money, to keep some of us, the villagers from your cycles, from getting information? Yeah. So it's really a challenge to all the media people here that human rights sensitive and balanced reporting is very critical. And very lastly, and I think this was very important, I had to run and pick a copy of my Access to Information Act, and I'll give it to Mr. Musiguzi when I'm done. So Section 44 talks about protections of persons from releasing information, and it arises from the question that Mr. Tom there raised, not a question, an issue on if he doesn't get information, he steals it. And then we had response from this side. A public official will actually, it's not an offense under the Act for a public official to, I will say, behind the doors, give information on wrongdoing. So they can give that information. I'm not encouraging, but the law protects them from administrative punishments, among others. And mine is a last challenge to all of us, and I've come with a copy of this. These are the guidelines that Mr. Edwin was talking about. Guidelines on access to information and elections in Africa. It's a short document, just because I've printed it one-sided. This document is very important for the work of the journalists. Now, when you see guidelines, it's only not government. It talks about all electoral stakeholders, including your number 3 of these guidelines, the journalists, the media. So media covers so many people. And media also covers the media platforms. Charity previously talked about Twitter blocking Trump. Now we are going to get to a time when Twitter and Facebook are going to block yourselves and me. And that is why we have also started having conversation on regulation of media platforms, and that gave birth to the Santa Clara Principles, which you should still read. Santa Clara Principles on Transparency and Accountability of Media Platforms.
Thank you very much, Susan, to Charity, to Afande Beanga, and to Bernard. I'll ask you to come and resume your seats on this side. Please give them a very big hand clap as they go. And Susan, you're talking about this public official not committing an offense by sharing information. They might not fear, punishment, but they might fear being picked up by a drone. So it's an unspoken rule that sort of goes around, in what's happening. There was something we didn't talk about. I didn't want to put Afande Beang on the spot, but he did allude to the issue of the fact that he can only speak for the police. And from a lot of the things that we see happening, there seems to be other arms of the security that seem to be involved in a lot of these things. It would have been good to have maybe some of them to come and, give us some insights into some of the stuff that goes on. Our next presentation, which will be our last for the day, is on freedom of expression and the law and the implications that has for the media. And it comes from someone that we should all know and respect very well. He is with the Makerere University Department of Journalism, heads that. Dr. Adolf Mbeine, if you would please come. Please give him a very big hand clap as he comes to do this presentation. And then after that, we'll have a very brief discussion, and then we'll continue the bigger discussion together as a group as we enjoy a meal together.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. I'm happy to be here at the invitation of, I think I can remove my mask now. I'm fairly distanced from a lot of you. I'm very happy to be here to share with you what you already know anyway, but to just lay emphasis on one or two things about freedom of expression and the law and the key issues that media people should pick. I consider myself a media person through and through, and so I'm happy to be here. I should emphasize. Thank you for the good job you are doing, Media Focus on Africa and other institutions. I think if we continue to speak to each other and iron out a few things and get our voices heard, we should be able to achieve much greater than the things that we do as individuals when we are a group. There are things that are taken for granted in many times, and then suddenly certain things happen, and the things you took for granted now become very, very critical issues. And I think one of these things is freedom of free expression. Free expression is very important, and we think that we have it all the time. And for a long time, under this particular administration, free expression was like a given with some few exceptions. But I think the election, the entire election, not the polling day, but the electoral process of 2020-2021 has taught us that maybe not everything that we take for granted should be taken for granted. A lot of things happen. But key things stood out for me from where I live. One was the complete shutdown of the internet, including, being so costly to the government itself in several ways. It couldn't collect revenue, it couldn't do certain things, people are struggling paying salaries and other things and so on. But you know the intention. I don't know how much of the security concern that existed to warrant a complete shutdown of a platform that a lot of us now increasingly use as a means of livelihood. I don't know. I don't know what security concerns overrode, even livelihoods. Then too, over the period of time, the treatment of journalists by the people in power. Yes, I saw journalists being, kicked in all ways, with all force, detained. I think there was a journalist who even went in coma and so on, treatment. Yeah, but thirdly, and I think this is a subject that is even much closer to Charity's heart. The treatment of the citizens themselves. Yeah, the treatment. Now, if you don't like journalists, maybe let's say journalists are bad people, they are not useful to the country. We are even being told that only scientists are useful to the country anyway, that the rest of us who didn't do principal mathematics and related matters should probably not be as loud as some other people. Yeah, but even the citizens themselves, beating up people, taking them away into illegal detention and so on, particularly those who are associated or allied with the political opposition. I think those are very, very worrying trends. And you see, there is you can move the key. Yeah. So there is a problem. There is a problem when people in power find that the citizens or sections of them are actually their most worrying enemies. That is a big problem. And so I know that it is towards lunchtime and energy levels normally go low at this time of the day. Yeah, but for me, we really need to put a lot of emphasis on cleaning up our political system. If we have a political system anyway that we can talk about. But we need to do this. We need to put, because you see, free expression, what can you do? In fact, I talk about free expression being a foundation for the enjoyment of rights, of other rights. Yeah, because if you don't have free expression, you can't even enjoy freedom of association or assembly and so on. So it's a link between the other rights that we talk about. And freedom of expression is very broad. Speech, music, dance and drama, art, publications, academia, and so on. But if you move down a bit, yeah, it is very, very important. The enjoyment of other rights, inform the public, and so on. And then, lastly, indeed life can be meaningless without expression. Without free expression, you really, really don't have a life. Yes, so it is quite important. But and this is published in many academic publications, that, because free expression is very, very important, when there is a threat to human rights, free expression is that one likely most to suffer. Because that is what links up everybody else, everything and everybody else. Yes, and so the significance of free expression is for me quite. Now, free expression is a right for citizens. Even, by the way, media freedom, which comes out of free expression, is a right for citizens. A lot of people think that freedom of the media is freedom of journalists and proprietors and so on to do what they like. No, that's a secondary matter. Freedom of the media is a right of citizens to receive information that the journalists and other people collect and get to these people. Yes, because you see, just a primary demonstration. When the news is going on Bookhead Day, what is the news? The more popular version, the Agatarwe Mfufu. And then TV, Akawungezi. And then BS is what? Amasengeje. At 7, I'm more likely to tune into Akawungezi than Amasengeje anyway, but that is not a serious matter. In some places, citizens are even, crowded in some place watching the news. Yes, and if today you say that Akawungezi will not happen, a lot of people will be very sad. Some may even demonstrate. Because they feel it is their right to receive this information. So the freedom of the media is also not the freedom of journalism. And you see that's where politicians mislead people, that the journalists are a problem, and so they should be kicked and abused, and the IGP said we beat them so that we can help them in order to save them from themselves. Yes, but this is, that shows you how ignorant even people in high positions are about things that matter. Yes, so we cannot be here talking about a democracy project, about securing the future, about all types of things, about infrastructure development and so on, if we have failed on the very, very basic things. Now, the law protects free expression, both international law and domestic law. And good law actually protects it as a freedom, as something that citizens should have and enjoy because of its use. So, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the international covenants, they were here, the African Charter on Peoples and Human Rights, and so on. All these, even our Constitution, guarantees this right. to free expression and free media and so on. It probably doesn't do that in a very robust manner, but at least it does emphasize that it is important. Now, of course, and it's been mentioned here that this freedom is not absolute, so it is subject to limitation. Yes, so it is subject to limitation. You don't want, there is the right to know. I think somebody talked about the right to know. One time, the Honorable Manya Mshega, I hope most of you remember him. I can see you are mostly young people. And you probably forget that the Honorable Manya Mshega was an ebullient Minister of Education for more than 10 years, for about 10 years. So one day he came to a conference in Makerere, a media conference, and he said, look here, and people were telling him about the right to know. And he said, look here, media, are you really serious about this matter? Is it possible that people should know everything? Then some people said yes, some people said no. Then he said, okay, let me tell you a story. And then after that, we can have a conversation. He said, for us in the Anglican Church, people confess publicly. So if you want to live a sinful life and enter something better, you come before the podium and confess all your sins. If you are a witch doctor, you say, I used to do this, get money, but now I am relieved of that. If you were a thief, the same story. So he told us that one time there was a lady who came to confess. And then she said, I'm sorry, I have been adulterous. And he said, this man you see here, Ben, but that is not exactly the person. Every time I met him, whether he was coming from the well, from Potato Garden, there we went. Yes, and she brought a lot of chaos. So Mamanya Mshega was now saying, should everything be known, be known by the public? There may be things that should remain private and other things that can go public. So that is the spirit in which we talk about limitation, that sometimes too much information can cause problems of its own, but by and large, free expression should be respected. So it is subject to limitation, and these limitations should be intended ideally to protect other people's rights, to reputation, to privacy, and sometimes there may be genuine national security concerns. Yeah, and then of course we note that these limitations sometimes are abused by the people in power and so on. So the law does not protect certain expression or shouldn't. For example, propaganda for war is normally outside the ambit of the protection of the laws of free expression. Incitement to imminent violence may not be protected, or advocacy of hatred or hate speech that is based on race, ethnicity, gender, religion, and so on. All those things may not be protected, because actually protecting such things sometimes can cause problems of another kind, can make free expression even dangerous to society. So we agree with that. And in the Ugandan context, there is criminal law, there are criminal sanctions against certain offenses, various offenses relating to expression, like promoting sectarianism. But there is rising controversy about this role in sectarianism. They say, some people have observed that the role of sectarianism seeks to punish those who talk about it rather than those who practice it. But we shall not get into that debate because we may sleep here, and I don't think Jana and company have the resources to get us accommodation here. Yes, there is also a law, our Penal Code Act also provides for offenses about information relating to troop movements, troop strength, and so on, that may aid enemy forces. This was something added in the 80s, I think in 1988, and so on. defamation of foreign dignitaries and potentates. There are journalists who ever fell in trouble with that particular law. If you remember, in 1990 when Kenneth Kaunda came here, he was then the president of Zambia, and people asked him very, very interesting questions. Actually, every time I read about those questions, I wonder why journalists were punished in the first place, because they were really, really good questions. And then things like criminal defamation. But the state here, the post-1986 state, has also found it useful to add other laws that punish free expression, punish journalists, basically, and other people. The Press and Journalists Act has got some criminal sections. The Anti-Terrorism Act, the Public Order and Management Act, the Regulation of Interception of Communications Act, the Uganda Communications Act 2013, the Computer Misuse Act, and Pornography Act. All those are also there. And they target free expression collectively. Then, of course, we also have civil legal sanctions, and the most commonly used is the common law of defamation. These days, if you go to court as a publication, the broadcast people fare better, because I think it is difficult to gather evidence for a defamation case for slander. It's not that easy. But for those who publish, permanently publish, if you go to court these days and you lose the case, you'll probably be paying 300, 400 million. I think the highest damages have been awarded to former Chief Justice Wambuzi, about 425 million against the Red Paper publication. That's a lot of money. I don't think there is even any newspaper today in Uganda which can pay 100 million shillings in damages and remain open. So 400 million shillings is really a scandal for me, but that's what our odds are. And then, of course, increasingly today, there are also concerns, rising concerns about privacy. I don't think we used to have a lot of litigation concerning privacy, but over time this is being imported into our jurisdiction, and this can also be quite a problem for the media. Yes, the law of civil defamation for me is okay. Is okay because I mean, people should go to court if they feel offended by publication, but there should be a workable balance between the conflicting rights of an unimpaired reputation and the right to freedom of expression. I think that is the balance that sometimes our courts don't get completely right. Now, there are challenges. We can move down to challenges for freedom of expression in Uganda. There are challenges for freedom of expression in Uganda, and I have put down a few. And these are things that we need to take into our stride and work towards moderating or even eliminating. Poor politics of military might rather than tolerance of opposing views. I think that is a very, very dangerous development in our foundation as a country, that people don't want to talk. If you disagree with somebody, you beat them, you fight, you beat them up, and that is it. That is the way you resolve issues. Yeah? Yes. Then you go down to the right slide. Then the law culture, you know, and this is a common problem with Africa, in terms of assuming and leaving power. Yes, it's a law culture, in terms of assuming and leaving power. So when you get into power, you stay there until somebody forces you out. You don't go, and so on. I mean, I love President Museveni so much, but I think one of his biggest problems is the failure to let go of the presidency. You can't be a president for 40 years. Eh? When will you ever sit down and relax also, drink a beer or tea without minding about who wants to shoot you or something? But even then, showing an example to other people that you can be a president and go, and life remains the same. Tanzania has experimented this, and they are doing well. Kenya is experimenting this very well. I heard there were some mad people who were saying President Magufuli should amend the constitution and go for another term. And I'm told Magufuli told them, cut them off very, very fast. Says there isn't even a discussion about this. Yeah, you come, serve, and go. Even me, I'm serving where I'm serving. I'm left with a few years. When the time comes, I am out. Then some other young people take over. In fact, you even plan this to happen. Yes, the winner takes it all and vices of domination rather than service. This is why you don't want people to say anything, because you've crossed the red line, so you don't want to be criticized or to be talked about in that right. And it is a big problem. Then corruption and other forms of malfeasance in public office, which now compels people to stamp out any voices of scrutiny. Very, very dangerous. Because you can't have a country when you have this kind of situation. You can only go so far, but finally, everything comes down crashing. It is like a house. This building, if it was built on a very weak foundation, it can stand for even 10 years. But one day, an earthquake or heavy wind will come through, and then everything comes down tumbling. Yes, harsh laws made to protect the people in power rather than curb danger will enable the people to participate in their governance. This is what we are seeing. You just take a law, you pass it, because Parliament is amenable because of some inducement, and then, but the law is not intended to help the people, to help governance, or to solve a particular problem. It is meant to, now what use is the Public Order and Management Act, for example? Yes. What use is it? I think we had order before this. We had order management even before the law was put in place. But you can see it is targeted towards the political opposition. And being in the political opposition is not a crime. Can't be a crime, definitely. Yeah. But you don't want 5 people to gather, otherwise then life will be problematic for you and so on. Yes. Low levels of public involvement and advocacy rights. Yes. Most of our population is sleeping. Even us as media people, by the way, we go to sleep many times. And on this note, I would like to thank the people who formed the Uganda Editors Guild. Are they here? Yes, Alex is here. Yes, and your group. We want to thank you very heartily for challenging this Media Council guidelines in court and obtaining a victory. Because if there had been nobody to do this, the Media Council would have done whatever it wanted, illegally, by the way. Because the judge found that what they were doing was illegal, irrational, and unattainable. Yes. Yes, but if they had not been properly organized, we would still be here scratching our heads over what we can do about the Media Council. Yes. So, public involvement, advocacy for rights. Of course, we also have weak institutions like Parliament, courts, even the Uganda Human Rights Commission, even police has got very serious structural weaknesses, including lack of awareness that journalism is not a crime, that you have to beat journalists in order to save them from themselves. I talked about the courts, and I do so quite advisedly. You know, I was very surprised that when the Editors Guild case and public interest law organization went to court seeking for an interim order to halt the the operationalization of the guidelines, the judge did not give them the order. Okay, that is her discretion. But it was shocking that somebody comes to you shouting danger, fire, and you say, no, I will deal with this when I'm able to. You can now suffer with the fire for the moment. But you might find the person dead. But secondly, that the judge also had and determined, closely related to that the judge in her wisdom also gave us a ruling after the presidential and parliamentary elections. Yeah, and she took note of that in the judgment. I've read the ruling, and she took note of that. She said that there were still other elections which were as important, the local government elections and so on. But surely we all know that presidential and parliamentary elections are more important than the local council elections, don't we? Yes, so I think that is a weakness in my view. Yeah, because if you are going to protect freedoms, then you should be at the forefront. You should lead from the front. We all saw how Donald Trump, the ex-president of the United States, was really trying to use the law to subvert the people's choice. But the courts held firm. They said no. They asked him what is the problem, and he couldn't find the problem, although he still wanted, something done to overturn the election results, and so on. So our courts also and institutions need that strength. Where they can get it from, I have no idea at the moment. But I would want to see them strong, even in the most testing of situations. We are watching the Supreme Court. I hope that we are able to see this strength from the highest court in the land in determining the petition. And of course, we also have the problem of commercialization of the media and other similar institutions, sometimes to the detriment of the industry even itself. Yes, so for me, we can move to the next slide. For me, good law in regulating free expression should be well balanced, that the rights of other people are well catered for, but while at the same time acknowledging that there must be a free exchange of information and so on, that people are able to speak to each other, that people can get the kind of information that they need to make informed choices, that people can hold people in power accountable in the best way they can, and so on and so forth. So, if you are going to talk about making laws regarding free expression, for me there must be, lawmakers must, inform themselves properly about the following issues. The nature of the right you are legislating for is very, very important. How important is free expression? See, that is very, very important. There is criticism that has been thrown at the Media Council in its transactions, and which I agree with. One professor was saying the Media Council normally does not test it, does not take into their stride key things, the limitations, the source and limitation of their power. They do not test themselves against the Constitution and say, what we are going to do, how constitutional is it? They simply say, don't do this or do it, because we have the power to say so. So they act like a non-legal entity, because when you don't follow the law, you are more likely to use what we call bare-chested methods. So you remove your shirt and say cross the line, and we see, So the nature of the right to information, to expression, is very important. So that is what must be emphasized. Even if you are putting in place a restriction, it should be done with cognizance about the nature of the right you are limiting. Yes. Then the importance of the purpose of the limitation. How important is this limitation? Is it necessary? If you are going to do an anti-pornography law, is it necessary? And what should be its parameters? Yes, because anybody can interpret anything as pornography, depending on where you come from, isn't it? Yes. For example, for very deeply religious people of some persuasions, a normal skirt that we see our ladies dressed in and very smart could be interpreted as nakedness. Yes. So, how important is whatever you're saying and so on? The nature and extent of limitation. And this is where we go wrong, where sometimes anything, we make laws and regulations that are commutative in nature, that can be interpreted either way. That can be interpreted either way, and whichever way you go is right. You know. So governments have these laws because then they can detain you, they can detain people, they can find wrongdoing, they can do all types of things. So the nature and extent, so that it is not outlandish, it does not cover a lot more area than it's supposed to cover. It is very specific, and so on. Yes, and then the relationship between the limitation and purpose, and also an emphasis on less restrictive means to achieve the purpose, especially when you are dealing with the right to expression, which is very, very fundamental. That you use less restrictive means, but still achieve the purpose. So, I don't want to delay your lunch, so we shall go to the last slide, and we talk about what must be done to improve freedom of expression, and indeed freedom of the media in Uganda. The first one is that we need to work towards, as Ugandans, we need to work towards fair and inclusive politics. Not militarized and command politics, like we saw during the recent elections. Yes, you know, command and militarized politics are not going to take us anywhere. We need a more democratic political dispensation. That is, countries with more democratic political dispensations are more likely to respect rights and freedoms, because that is the basis on which these dispensations are built. You know, Donald Trump was really terrible for the United States, whichever your political persuasion is. Jacob Zuma was terrible for South Africa. Even now he's still in court answering all types of charges. But you see, their democracies were built on a dry ground and survived. But otherwise they could have done a lot to, derail their processes. Then we need to advocate for better legal and policy framework for both free expression and freedom of the media. And I think this meeting is about this, and I hope that our views and the concerns can be taken up in policy briefs, in the parliamentary debates, and so forth and so on. There are many things that we can do to get our voices heard, and I want to thank Media Focus on Africa and other institutions, other organizations. CEDU is one of them, obviously. They have been quite vocal. Charity has been in the trenches, and I'm told one day she got herself arrested for merely coming to a hotel, but I don't know, well survived. That shouldn't dampen your spirit. Then we also need to work with regional and international actors for better policies and regulations, and also to bring pressure to bear on the violators. This is very important, and I think that is why some governments don't like civil society, because civil society works both locally and internationally and raises issues that get captured very easily. But we need to work with them. The media, you need to support the efforts of civil society, because the media, I agree, is an essential part of civil society. Yes. When Charity was briefly detained, the matter went viral, and I think the perpetrators said, this one I think we won't manage. Yes, the media is very important in helping people in trouble, especially in conditions like we are today. Yeah, so that's very important. Then increase voices for free expression and free media through civil society and other friendly institutions. We also need to document and publish promotional activities and violations related to free expression and freedom of the media. Some do these things, others don't. In academia, we do our best in this regard, but we can do better documentation and publication of these matters. Because when things come into ink, people begin to take much greater notice. When people are visiting outside, they say, oh, so this is a president where people violate people's rights, and the embarrassment is always clear. Yes, then we need to network and share information on human rights improvements and violations locally, regionally, and internationally. There is also an issue that I think we should work on fairly quickly, also, which is not included in these bullet points, but we also need to upscale efforts towards public awareness, media literacy, and so on, so that people are more aware of the rights. I know that the Uganda Human Rights does public education and awareness campaigns as part of its constitutional duty, but certainly their efforts are not as widespread as we would want to. But I think civil society organizations, media, and all of us should try to rally people to understand their rights, to understand how they can protect them, to understand what to do in cases of violations, and to understand who exactly to work with. Because sometimes right where the violators come from, and this is really the equivalent of hunting with the Montegs. Yes, that is problematic. And then people say, but even if you do anything, nothing will happen. A lot of people give up, you know. And that is not right for the country. That is not right for the country. People should have that spirit, that confidence, that even if the formal institutions are not working for them, there are alternatives to be had. Because by and large, we are in all this together as a country. If the country burns, none of us is going to survive the ashes. Okay. We must work towards having a better country, a country that respects its citizens, that respects the citizens' rights and freedoms, that works for everybody to the extent that our resources and other privileges we have can afford us. So I thank you very much, and I hope we can have a meaningful conversation after this. Treatise from myself, and I want to thank the organizers for inviting me. Thank you very much.
Let's give Dr. Adolf another big hand clap. And I'll proceed very promptly to invite our next panel to join us on the platform. We'll have a quick panel discussion before we break for lunch. Mr. Alex Bajenze-Atayere, you've heard him mention, he's been with us a lot of the times with the Editors Guild, but also with PML Daily, and publication, which I'm sure is still reading from the effects of the internet shutdown. Please do join us on the platform. Give him the hand clap as he comes. I'll also invite Agatha Atayere, who is an independent journalist and a lawyer. to join us on the platform as well. I'm not sure if Dalton is here yet. We are hoping to be joined by Dalton because he runs the news department at Next Media, but he's not here, so we'll proceed and maybe he'll join us along the way. Dr. Bene, if you maybe get a bit closer so that the podium doesn't hide you. Please sanitize the microphone. I'll start with you, Alex. We'll try and keep the discussion a bit brief so we can get some reaction from the House. And then we'll continue this discussion over lunch, of course. But also online, do join the discussion on Twitter. Now we are there at MFA Uganda. At MFA Uganda on Twitter. Dalton, you arrived right on time, so just come and take over the seats. Ben, if you could help me, I needed to move this podium out of the way. Thank you so much. So Alex, I'll start with you as Dalton takes his seat. Lots of insights from Dr. Mbede's presentation. I took a couple of notes that I'll use to guide questions that I'll ask. One of the things that he talked about is in terms of how reporting is done and how media houses express the freedom that we've been given. We've seen a classic scenario where, for the people in establishment, and all of this seems to sort of hinge on the issue of the politics that you have in a particular area. And the idea is that if you support me, you're my best friend. If you try to go against me, I will crush you. We used to think this was an Ugandan problem until Donald Trump showed up, and then all of a sudden, you literally saw swords being drawn out, where if Donald Trump did something good, there were media houses which would fault him for that and say, but why? How do we manage that freedom of expression in a way that, I think it was raised earlier, in a way that remains objective, especially if you look at things like election season, where if Dr. Ben is running for MP somewhere, I better not say anything bad about him because it might be detrimental to my survival as a journalist or as a media house.
Thank you, Ben. Wow. The freedom of expression is a fundamental human right and is a public good. Well, you bring the example of Donald Trump and America, and I think we need to give credit to the fact that also Donald Trump, the Donald Trump that he can be, the institutions, both in the public spaces and in the private dispensation in the United States were able to stand up to a very powerful person, that is the President of America, and say, once you cross the red line here, and that is it. As you know, he has been permanently suspended from platforms, which are media platforms like Twitter, and then suspension on Facebook. So that's what I was coming up. What do we learn from that kind of examples in our own local situations here? In the run-up to the 2021 polls, the spaces for freedom of expression, especially on the journalism front, on people who are running those spaces, Dalton and Agatha is here, are here, and were absolutely tested. So we're absolutely tested in terms of our laws, that is our legal frameworks, and then in terms of our institutions.
I happen to run an association with colleagues across the media houses, a new association of editors, the Society of Editors in Uganda. And we did sit and looked at issues that were coming up in terms of how to practice independence journalism, of course protecting freedom of expression. We thought that there was an attempt by the Media Council to register journalists, and then the police would hump on that and say, if you are not registered by 31st December, you will not be able to cover elections. We thought that was a very urgent thing, and then we went to court. But then we realized that incidents like attacks on journalists, you saw different pattern, different types of attacks on journalists, covering especially opposition candidates, and journalists across all media platforms. They did be public platforms or government platforms and private platforms. So, in relation to your question, we learned that, and in relation to the issues that have been enumerated in Dr. Mbaine's presentation, we learned that we need to participate actively in reviving and implementing our laws that specifically affect the freedom of expression. And how are we going to do that? We need, as an industry, to be very well organized. Then number two, we need to pay very good attention to our institutions. In Uganda, when you talk about institutions, people only pay attention to the public institutions or government institutions. But as you have seen, private institutions or private public institutions can also be very important in how we protect these spaces of freedom of expression. A few examples, the fact that most of the media platforms, especially TV and now the mushrooming online platforms, are privately owned. So what the likes of NUP and their principal, or is it the president, we are doing, was trying, by writing that later and then the discussion was hijacked, was trying to hold, we should make it a practice to hold ourselves, whether in private institutions or public institutions, account, especially when we are operating in these public spaces.
Sorry, my mic is misbehaving a little. I need a new battery, whoever is able to reach to the hotel. Agatha, let me come to you, picking up on the issue of what Alex touched on regarding the Editors Guild and what they've been doing, especially with this directive that came from the police last year. I remember the IGP saying that they will not recognize anyone who is not registered by the Media Council. I don't want to be offensive to them, but do you think that our authorities at sometimes really lose touch with the reality on the ground? Because at the moment, while you're saying that you want the Alexes and the Daltons to have registration and all of that, we're in a world where every single person in this room has now become a journalist. How do you control something like that? What do they need to be doing now? For whatever purposes they wanted to register journalists, what do they need to do to keep up with the trend that we have where journalism has gone beyond Dr. Mbaine's class to just simply helping understand people to be a bit more responsible with how they manage information, because they don't seem to be aware of the fact that everyone at the moment has become a journalist.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, everyone in the room. I think they have already managed. You're talking about how they control journalists, where we have citizen community journalism. But when they shut down the internet, when they shut down social media, they have already done that. because it takes me back to the notes I took while both Eltrin and Mbaye were talking, that we have laws, yes, but how far have they gone? What have they done? Eltrin talked about the access to information not being absolute, and my former lecturer also alluded to it, but the issue is that we both all agree that it shouldn't be absolute, that we should be able to control people that are going to attack others or to cause. But in this country, who does that? It's a subjective test. Who controls what people say and what they don't say? Dr. Maine also talked about sometimes it might be genuine national concerns. But how many times in this country are things controlled? Or is Article 43 of the Constitution, which puts a limitation to all rights, how many times in this country is it done for genuine concerns? So at the end of the day, the control you talk about is about one man. And the police is willing to do whatever it takes, or any other agencies or institutions for that matter, to do whatever it takes to protect the interests of that man. I think we were on TV talking about the impact of the shutdown of social media immediately after the elections. And I was saying, gosh, it was impossible to do anything. And I kept wondering, but there was no social media in 2001 or 96 or 2006. How did we do it? But I also remember the saying in my language that says, literally, it directly translated as, what is not there doesn't make a child cry. But when I was still wondering that, today as I was there, I read the goodbye farewell story of Matty Barrow. He's the executive editor at the Washington Post. And he was being asked that exact question. How was the newsroom or journalism in 2001 when you led the Boston Globe and in 2021? And he was talking about the internet. And they were saying there was internet, of course, but it wasn't as big to be part and parcel of the business as it is now. To influence it, for people to expect instant reporting and for them to have instant reactions. And that's what happened in 2021, that we had been used to us knowing what's happening, like in real time. But this time, for us who are reporting that day, it was analog. Oh, is it?
Yeah, analog, yeah.
So we had to move. We had to move from one polling station to another to see what's going on. But how many polling stations can you cover? So that will answer your question. How will they manage to do that? Did they manage during that election period or not? They did. Basically, they did. And that's the issue of having the end justifies the means mentality, that you don't care what Ugandans are losing, that you don't care the access to information that what we are talking about here and how it might affect your country. You only care about one goal and one goal alone. So at the end of the day, we have good laws and all that, but I will refer all of us in this room to an article, a paper by Dr. Businje Kabumba in 2012, 8 years ago or 9, that talked about the illusion that the Uganda Constitution is. And that was to every other law in this country. We can come and sing about Access to Information Act and whatever law, but how have they been implemented? They're only implemented when it suits the person that wants to benefit from them. We should stop being idealists. We should be realistic and know that.
And that's a question I want to put to Dr. Mbene a little bit, because he touched on it in his presentation. But before I come to you, I want to come to Dalton. You currently head, I think, arguably the biggest newsroom in the land. How badly did the internet shutdown, social media shutdown, affect Next Media as an organization, in the perspective of freedom of expression, especially regarding what happened with the elections? I know that we're building a lot of stuff together, so I'm privy to some of the things that you had planned before the election, many of which didn't happen, but just for the benefit of everyone here, for them to know how much of a blow was it for you? And actually, I should start asking if you have recovered from the disappointment, because it must have been really heartbreaking, considering what you had wanted to do and never got a chance to do that.
Well, thank you very much, Ben, and I'm glad to be here and sharing. The good thing you've hinted on the fact that you joined us and we're in the processes that we're making. It is in good spirit that I recognize Mr. Mbaine, who, at least in terms of laws and regulation, told me that postgraduate Makerere. So in terms of law, I think he will have the right person and regulations. Coming to your question, the positioning of Next Media, the parent company for NBS television, has always been current affairs and heavily enabled by live coverage. And I can say that we have been pontified by that. So people should have seen the level of preparation. It takes us a lot of time to prepare for a specific project. Ben has sneaked into our operations and laws. We prepared for election coverage for the record 1.5 years. It involved a lot of training. It involved on different spheres of approach. So, and we're heavily relying on internet. So how did it affect us? It goes minus saying that it was a huge setback. I remember, but you see, when you've been around, you smell the coffee before even it gets to you. So we started smelling the coffee, but we had this hope that perhaps the powers that be would rely on their decision and, respect the protocols they ratified. The protocols that govern the world. We always, drawn to that spirit and spring. Then it emerged on us that there were non-shifting goals. We had a crisis meeting at midnight. What next? You have deployed throughout the country, let's say the large part of the country, you think you're going to relay the news in real time to the world because that is your positioning. We had done it in 2016 when we welcomed the world to their lives, and 5 years later, people expected much more. And of course, on the street, in the taxis, some of us who use taxis, would hear people, what new thing are you bringing on board? So we had to go into a crisis meeting. How do we fix the challenge that is at hand? I remember one of my colleagues from NMG called me in the morning and said, have you guys boycotted? I said, I have not boycotted, but we're still figuring out. So it set us piles because we are losing the positioning, how we position ourselves in terms of delivery for news, and also in terms of, I will not talk about the money because that is not my business. I will talk about the efficiency in delivering news. You would not rely, while you would ask someone, send me, but now you would say, in 2016 you say, take a picture of a DR form, send it to me on WhatsApp. When I have it, I can verify it through different mechanisms. And you don't have internet. How do you verify? You see? So you needed to go work again and think through all the processes. In a nutshell, it took us more than 4 minutes, rather 4 hours in the night, because we sat in the crisis meeting at midnight. We resumed at 4 a.m. to say, what next for us? And that's how we were immensely affected. So delivery, somehow even, you can't say everything you would get would be, if we had 4 layers of authentication, we had to double or triple for all what we were getting from the field. So it's more time, more resources, and a major loss in the positioning.
And of course the ability to deliver the information as quickly as possible before that needed. Dr. Mbeni, that issue of the powers that be, Dalton has touched on it, Agatha touched on it, Alex talked about it, you mentioned it in your presentation, the fact that I think you called it poor politics, that is a big challenge for us. Do you think that whether we or he likes it or not, that young man on the wall behind you, by God's laws, has a limited lifespan? And at some point that lifespan will expire. As a country, do you think that when that time happens, the laws that we have, the institutions that we have that you talked about, will make it easier for us to have better freedom of expression? Agatha was talking about the sort of laws that we have. Are they strong enough? Is it about the laws that we have? She alluded to the paper by Dr. Kabumba. Is it about the laws that we have, or is it about the people that we have? Do both need to change? Is it one or the other? How does that dynamic happen to ensure that we can actually have the sort of freedom of expression that we see in the US, for example, where someone can draw a cartoon of Donald Trump in diapers and they won't spend the night, they won't be picked up by a drone?
Oh, thank you very much. I think we all know that there is a connection really between the laws and regulations that we have in society and the system, the political system that obtains in the same society. Apartheid produced apartheid laws, that black people don't go to town, that they don't get an education, that they don't participate in the governance, and so on and so forth. So there is a functional relationship between the political times and the laws and regulations that you get. And indeed, anybody will tell you that the law really protects the powerful in the first place, and then cascades down to you and me much later, and even some other people below us even much later. Yes, so it is very difficult for you to expect that if a political system is based on constricting public space, that they are going to produce laws that therefore enable you to participate. It would be a major contradiction. You shouldn't even expect it. But you may get coincidental benefits, but the intention is not you, but because if they have made a road somewhere and you happen to pass, that's okay.
Benefit by accident.
Yeah, that's what I call coincidental, that you happen to be around and there is by and large no law that says you shouldn't cross here. In some places in this city, some powerful people have closed roads, public roads, and made it impossible for people to pass through. Yeah, but really, I would like us to focus our eyes on the larger picture. Because when President Museveni came in 1986, he said the political parties don't need to be don't need to be here. If you want anything, own a newspaper, run a newspaper and publish it there. Then over time they realized that the media had actually become the political position they were trying to prevent in the first place. And so the brand force of the state went down to the media now. That's how the media became to be harassed in the late 80s and throughout the 90s and probably continuing up today. Because the state realized that what people couldn't say on political rallies and meetings, they could get down into the media and it was still as effective. Yes, so I think let us while we are doing our work, and you see Agatha made the point, in trying to prevent the Alexes and so on and Daltons from working properly, the state knows that these people you call citizen journalists can be shut down in a day. They can be disabled very quickly. Yeah. But the people, the Charles Onyango boys and so on, are not easy to shut down because they have become systems unto themselves. Yes. So the state knows that very well. But a blogger somewhere who has been kidnapped by security agents, there will be some noise, but it's not as bad for the powerful people as a drone picking up, and God forbid that from Alex or somebody. Yes. So I think, and you see, the issue you are talking about, I really fear a political system that has overstayed, because the experience of one man ruling the country for 40 years and beyond, in Africa at least, has had very disastrous consequences. The DRC, you know, Ivory Coast, I think, has just come back to its feet, and so on. There are various examples. The Arabs, the Arab North, and so forth and so on. So, Somalia is probably the perfect example of Siad Barre ruling for 30 or so years and then eventually leaving only ash behind, which we are trying to mold into something.
And still not having any success with molding the ash up to now?
Yes, absolutely. Because the damage was so fundamental that getting back on track is a very difficult process.
Yeah, I did.
Yes, so for me, that's what I've been saying. I said we need to, all of us need to work towards a peaceful transition. You see, even the birth pangs of the Kenyan type of democracy have left thousands of people in the graves. That cannot just be attributed to a flash misunderstanding. It had its origins in the nearly 25 years of Moise rule, you know, because a lot of people had stoked fires, but the matchboxes were still kept quite away. Yeah. And when Moi was gone, and there was an opportunity for people to express themselves in the manner that we don't talk about normally, then thousands of people went down into the grave.
Apparently they're calling it the cost of development. The question then becomes whether that's a cost that we can afford to pay. I have another question for you, but I will bring it back after I've gone. Let me start first with to Alex, but even as the mic grows, Dr. Mide, the question for you to mull over and consider, as you just talked about. For you to draw a comparison for us, you've been in this business probably longer than anyone in the room. If you were to draw comparisons from coming out of Amin into Obote into the NRM government, the sort of freedom of expression that the media has, because some people, like Dalton, will suggest, as far as they are concerned, they feel like they're being constrained a lot. Others will suggest that it was a lot worse back then, but of course, like she was saying, the dynamics are so different. You didn't have internet then, you have it now. How would you compare the two regimes from a media perspective, but also tied into that, what you just mentioned regarding Kenya and what happened? How do we, as the media, using freedom of expression or how we manage it, ensure that you don't have the sort of bloodshed we see in Somalia? I think we all know that in Kenya, one of the things that dissuaded people from killing each other even more was when all the media, regardless of inclination, came together and said, hey, enough, can we all stop this? And it was very persistent until people actually bought into that message. So that's something for you to give us some insight on. We'll come back to you for that. Let me start with Alex on the issue, again from Dr. Bene's presentation regarding commercialization. Vis-a-vis freedom of expression, how do you balance the two, again, from experience, both as an editor and now as an owner of a media publication? How do you balance being able to express, you know, freedom of expression and information and all of that, with the fact that the things that you're going to say about Adolf Mbene or Dalton Kawesi might actually being detrimental to your ability to make a living?
Thank you. We must agree that in most cases, especially private media, even public media, I see UBC trying to run a commercial model. I don't think that's their mandate. Is a business. New Vision has just published a notice today that they are going to declare losses for their shareholders. Now, but you know, media, whether in private space, a private entity or a public entity, operates in public interest, and at the end of the day, the media has to provide accountability for why you exist. In that case, that requirement for public accountability, I think, goes a long way in protecting the interests of freedom of expression.
And then to you, Agatha, you touched briefly on that wonderful paper that Dr. Kawuba did about 8 years ago. As a journalist, from your personal perspective, how much does that play at the back of your mind, the fear that what you do could actually get you into trouble? How does that impact your ability then to actually express yourself fully? I think Dalton knows very well the story of Solomon Seranja, what happened with the drug story that they did with the BBC. I think some of us might be familiar with that. But also you remember Andrew Mwenda and the letters, and how I think Alex was still at LMG then when they shut us down at KFM for I think about 11 days. I remember CBS in 2009 as well. And you talked about how the Constitution suddenly seems to fit a particular mold. And in this particular instance, I think it's genius. If you think about it, it might be evil, but it's genius. The fact that all of a sudden, we're not saying we are shutting you down as Agatha and your media house. This is the scene of crime. I think it's what they called it. So all of a sudden, your house has now become a crime scene, and you can't access it for the foreseeable future. When you think about those things, how much does it play on your psyche as a journalist to, express yourself as you should?
2 years ago, 3 years ago, maybe not that much. It was those incidences that you allude to were a bit isolated, or you have a space of 5 years before another happens. But now, the last time I was on TV, I've gone to TV and thought this is very sensitive. I should go there and remain calm. But when I saw how Charity here struggled to remain calm, I said, yeah, it's hard. I actually wonder how people manage to remain in charge of their emotions amidst what's happening here. So now we go and talk or write something, and you're moving at home and you're seeing a car behind you, and it's going its ways, but the paranoia that we have now is immense. And to answer that, I'll go back to the question you asked Dr. Mbaino, that is it the laws or the people? No, the laws are beautiful. When Edwin was here giving us his presentation, you would see that article after article that he's giving us is very good and protects the wananchi. And that's what also Dr. Kawuba says. Start with Article 1 of the Constitution. All power belongs to the people. You would feel so powerful if you did not know the context within which that article works. Article 2 says, though the Constitution is the supreme law, is supreme. When we were in first year at law school, Professor Lokonyango taught us constitutional law. And I have had people who call him an idealist, and he is. For him, he knows that the Constitution, he left us with this one thing when he was finishing the course, said, you can forget about everything, but please remember, the Constitution is supreme. But is it? Is it supreme in this country? And it's not. And there's some professor wrote a book called When Courts Do Politics. It goes to what we said about how politics impacts on this. Politics, I don't know if in other countries it's the same, but I think so. Like, sort your politics and you will sort pretty much everything. So politics impacts on everything. We can have a doctor who writes and says when hospitals do politics, or an engineer, and at the end of the day, the laws that are in place, if the person that, as Dr. Mbaine says, if the person that they are there to protect does not feel comfortable, they are not going to work. And you know, at the end of the day, it goes to the systems that have overstayed in power. I have had this argument with people that advocate for longevity, that say it's not necessarily a bad thing. And yeah, one of the main architects is my former boss, Andrew Menda. And I've said, but you see, the problem is, it might not be in itself a bad thing, but the person remains with only one goal, one priority. How do I stay in power? Recently, Fred Mpanga was talking about his mother who had been attacked and robbed on Twitter. And Charles Onyango said, if you wanted police to come very quickly, you should have said that people with red t-shirts are here. And you see, that's it. And the policeman is here, and them as individuals, I have them who are my friends. I don't have anything against them. But the institution and has accepted to be used. I don't know if they can do it any other way. I would also be idealist if I expected them to say no. But you have someone whose only goal is, I want to stay in power, and I don't care at what cost. I don't care if your mother has been attacked. You will not see a policeman. You will not. That you have had a problem has attacked in 2016. My car stolen as pregnant, hit on the head and left unconscious. When I woke up, my friend said, let's go to police. I said, for what? We got to police and the file is kept, and that's where it stops. So why do I need to go to police? And that is caused by longevity. And the longevity makes things worse and worse, which is why I was telling you, when I joined journalism in 2011, I could write with no fear at all, actually. It became a little, now it's disastrous. Yes.
So, Dalton, I want you to pick up on that particular point, and then we'll finish with Dr. Bennett before we hear one or two things before we break off for lunch.
There's something I wanted to react to when you were speaking
earlier
about when you worked at Sanyu and people were pelting stones at the police. And the journalist comes and covers the police's reaction and not the pelting. You know, there's something called reasonable force.
Right.
Even if I threw a stone at you, I have no reason to throw it, so I obviously am a bad person or provocative. But if then you got a gun or a machete, you are worse than me.
Right.
So there's reasonable force that if police finds people pelting stones, they even have the capacity to arrest people and keep them in cells for as long as they want. So why kill people because they pelted stones at police?
Right.
Yeah, so the reasonable force in this country, and it has become a problem that every time you have killed 60 people, and the argument and your defense and justification is that there are hooligans who were hitting people's cars. Sure, like people even talk about things like that, and you say, but we are not fools. There would have been another way to prevent the pelting.
Right.
Not killing a person.
So, thanks a lot for that, Agatha. I would play the devil's advocate. First of all, I should point out very clearly that I am glad I am not like Afande Beyanga. I would never want to be in the police because I would shoot you. You just given an example of how you were attacked. You're a pregnant woman, and this lumpen thinks they can come and endanger your life and the life of your child and take your car.
If I had killed him, it would have been self-defense because he actually wanted to kill me.
Exactly my point. So for me, I'm just saying, again, it's my personal opinion. Please don't record this anywhere, but I will kill you. If you ever try to attack me, you're a dead man. If I have an opportunity to finish you off, one less idiot out of the world. And so sometimes maybe it's possible that many of the people that are on the force think like me and forget that there are certain things that should govern them. So again, just for context. Dalton, what Agatha just mentioned, especially about how over the years she suddenly has to sift what she thinks, what she's going to say, what she's going to do. You sit at the helm of the newsroom where you receive all sorts of information. I'll never forget when I was doing the breakfast at KFM, the Mighty Breakfast with Chris Obori. We had this segment called The Watchman. And it was scary, some of the information that you got, because people would volunteer information. Someone is in Mascom at Magere, I'm using as a guinea pig doctor, but Dr. Mbeng is doing some really bad things, and people will say, this can't go on. And they'll come and bring you all manner of what we call bueno or ink. And some of the stuff you look at, and you instantly think, if I even mention this anywhere, I won't make it to lunchtime. How do you deal with that in the position you're in? Because I'm sure, I know for a fact that that sort of information makes its way to you on a daily basis. How do you manage that information versus the freedom to expression? Again, we've seen this happening with WikiLeaks and Edward Snowden and what happened, and it was for very good purposes, and you know, I think that it's absolutely right. But along the way, sometimes maybe it can be too much info because of the sort of damage that it might be able to do. So how does a person who is responsible for leading a team of journalists, or as a journalist myself, where do you draw that line between the need to have freedom of expression, but also maybe sometimes unleashing what we call TMI, or too much info?
Well, thank you. One of those very, very hard decisions to make for a journalist, even a media owner like Alex, or an editor. But what is fundamental? The fact is we receive a lot of information, and some information very scary. Then you start to weigh the repercussion. Then you start to weigh the security of the people involved. Then you start to weigh my conviction or my value to the members of the public. Because you juxtapose these things against the different values before you make a decision. It's not a direct answer, and it will be a lie for someone to say that. For me, when I get that avalanche of information, I will just say, let it out. Or I say, I'm going to keep it. So it's a balance that you need to look through. And Akim has done different reports, which I'm glad that even Agatha here, my friend, has demonstrated that there's a lot of self-censorship in media houses. Likely because of the regulation dynamics that emerge every other time. If there are new regulations that are coming for these media houses, they will definitely look twice before they make that decision. What have I done in my own capacity as a team leader is, one, let me use an example. With all said, there is a very popular politician in this town. Very popular. And every time for the last years I've followed him, every time he would make a mistake, he would not have the mistake to come out. And the journalists that were reporting around his office were cheerleaders. So I told these journalists, who I happen to know, that every time you do not bring out something bad about this person, you're cheerleading, that person is going to turn against you. It didn't take 2 weeks or 3 weeks, a month. This young man writes a very scathing story against the politician. The politician calls this young man and tells him, never talk to me again. And they had had a friendship for over years. When he told me about the story, I told him, but you see, your friendship was built on falsehood. If you had been as straight as it comes, perhaps this person would not have reacted that way. But there was a facade, sort of. and he believed that he would get away with anything. What am I trying to say? If you stand for the good values, what Alex alluded to, the public interest, the public will stand for you. I have seen media houses. I can give an example of Observer. It has somehow struggled in terms of others, but Observer, the people that are there out there have stood with it because it has refused to bend because of maybe certain monetary interest. This is not to say, I'm not blind to the fact that media houses do not depend on copy sales for print. Yes? But there is at that point where the value is more than the threat. And this is what we assess. What is it against? What is the response? What is it the public? Will the public stand for you if you have a good trait of good character? Yes? And they have realized that you've stood for me, for the public, for some good time. Even when the state comes bravely, sometimes they will shout out, and sometimes these things make noise. The most recent is the stories that you do. When you do this, you just talked about stealing from the sick. Indeed, these people wanted to take us in, but the evidence was incriminating. So they started saying, you know what, how do we release these people, save our face as a state, and they continue. So, but if we had backtracked from the initial stage, we knew when we talk about what touches society, what is very important to the public will remain restless if they go against us. So, the bottom line for me is, as a media owner or a team leader, is weigh the values. What are you against? What are you taking to the public? What is their response? While staying alive to the fact that you will need to survive, pay salaries to people, and also maintain the media house running.
Finally, Dr. Mbini, the comparison of where we have come from and where we are, and what you think our role as the media is, because the things that you talked about are not too far from us. If you hear the undertones that we've had, you talked about Moi 25 years, here it's been 40 years. And the undertones seem to get a bit louder by the day. I think Charity mentioned personal experience a bit earlier. Where are we vis-a-vis where we come from? And what do we then need to do to make sure that we don't end up in the same scenario that Kenya was in 2007 and Somali, where they have been for almost, I think, more than a decade now?
Yeah, thank you very much. This issue of comparisons, you know, is quite complicated. But I was in primary school during the means time. We used to study up Thursday, skip Friday, because Idi Amin said if the Christians have Sunday, then the Muslims are also entitled to a free activity Friday. And then return to class for half a day on Saturday, and then go for the weekend until Monday. Amin was a monster. I don't think we should compare anything about Idi Amin's regime. Even as young children, we could see that there was a problem in the country. Then came Obote II, of course. The issues we see today were quite prevalent in Obote II, of people disappearing, of the law and the constitution did not mean much. People arrested, even in secondary school. I was in secondary school during Obote II. Even students would be arrested. Like you're in the secondary school and men come and pick a student, and the headmaster or staff can't do anything. That they were involved in subversion, just like the drones are picking us today. And you know, the frustration I have is that at one point I thought this country had actually been set on the stage for prosperity, for uninterrupted prosperity. There will always be a few problems here and there, but by and large, I thought we were going forward. And then the last few years, right from the amendment of the age limit clause onwards, I began to fear that maybe we were driving backwards rather than forwards. And I think the last electoral process we have been through probably doesn't give a lot of hope to a lot of people. If you are still quite hopeful after this process, I really salute you. You must be the epitome of, no, not really idealistic, but optimism. Yeah, you must be the epitome of optimism. Because a lot of people feel that certain things are not going wrong and hope that something will be done. Yeah, we hope that, because there are even institutions in which I used to have a lot of hope, but increasingly I see them also going this way and that way. And I think if we are going to make it as Ugandans out of the kind of situation in which we are that does not guarantee us a peaceful and a non-violent future, I think the people who are outside the government are going to make a determination about this first and foremost, because it is us as Ugandans. Yeah, because you don't.
Which is the question now about what Dalton and Agatha and Alex need to be doing, because if they are going to decide, they are listening to these three on a regular basis.
That is true. That is true, and you see, that's why we need more. We need more strength for those kinds of institutions, civil society people, civil society people, the media, academia, and so on. The people who influence society outside government, and then hopefully government will also begin to realize that the tide is going in the opposite direction to them. Yeah, but first of all, society, but secondly, these institutions. You talked about the Kenyan issue, the editors and media people there. Yes, because Kenya has a very, very, I mean, you know this better than myself, having worked with the National Media Group, but you know that the media industry in Kenya is up there. They have leadership, they have resources, they have clarity about, by and large, they may have, but by and large, they shoot in the same direction when it comes to key national and even industry issues. So I think and I see many people from institutions that really can support aspects of this. But we need to strengthen our media. That is why I'm quite excited about having a strong institution like the Editors Guild, bringing the key decision makers in the media together. Because when they say we are going to do this for the good of the country, they will most likely achieve it, and so on.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mbene. If you look at your watches, you realize that it mentioned it's now 1:35. Our lunch was supposed to be served at 1:20. That means it's actually ready. The reason I'm saying that is because while we do need to get feedback and want a lot of that, I want to encourage us, especially because we are provoke a much bigger discussion. So I'm going to encourage us to try and make use of our hashtag is hashtag Uganda Media Week 2021. That is hashtag Uganda Media Week 2021. And I want to kindly request, ask, we passed that we are in a period of power and authority. Since I have a microphone, I want to instruct you to go and share something on Twitter, right? Or Facebook. Please find our handle at MFA Uganda. Please do tag Media Focus on Africa. That is at MFA Uganda. MFA is capital, and then of course Uganda. And the things that you have picked up that are very important for you, the things that are great for the discussion, I know Susan is great with this stuff, as well as Agatha, who is very prominent on Twitter, and Dalton and Alex. please do share the things that you have started, because it will definitely kick up a discussion that goes way beyond this. That said, in the interest of giving an opportunity to maybe 2 or 3 people to share very briefly, again, if you've already shared, I'm going to block you out, so we give everyone a chance. Yeah. For those who hadn't shared anything yet, I'll give them an opportunity. If I can have the microphone, Dalton, thank you. And right, is that a satellite phone? These are the people. Yeah, I'm thinking freedom of expression. Yeah, the VPNs have gone satellite now. Let me start from the back, and I'll come like this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and that will be it. Remember to tell us who you are, what you do, and keep your submission to under a minute. As Juliet comes, I also want to point us out to a small form that is on your table, and I'm also going to ask, request, instruct, order that you fill it out on our behalf, please. Okay? I'm ordering you, please, to please fill out that post-evaluation form. It's very important for us to get feedback so we know how to try and make the dialogues better. Of course, we are going to be doing this throughout the year, so it will be important to understand what it was like for you. Okay, Julie, we'll start with you. You can use my mic if that one is not working.
Thank you very much, Ben. My name is Juliet Grace Luende. I work with the Media Challenge Initiative. I think for me, one of the things that has really stood out for me in that conversation is, as journalists or as media persons, the question is, do we really understand the media law as it is? And the fact that it actually needs to be revised because some of the existing laws right now, goodness gracious, may do not work for us in the era that we are in. We need to, as journalists or as media persons, to go back and raise our consciousness to these laws. Are they good laws for us? How do they affect the journalism practices that we have in place? And also, do they meet the current trends? That's something that we need to reflect on as well. The other thing would be on empowering journalists to defend their rights as we develop critical minds. Still, in regards to the existing laws and regulations, when we are told, go get accredited so that you cover the elections, that was not right. And I'm grateful for the Alexes of this world who went to court and decided, no, that's not right, won't work for us. And that the judge had a clear mindset to that. My question on defamation, the good doctor mentioned something on defamation. We have so many TV stations right now. And Karakat is one of those shows that I don't like, for so many good reasons, because those people will attack whoever and anyone. But by the end of that day, they know that as Juliet, if they went ahead and said stupid things about me, I can actually go and sue them. Right. Do they actually know that there are those laws that are in place to protect us and themselves against such instances?
Yeah. Thank you. I think Dr. Bene pointed out the case of, I think, Justice Wabuzi, who got 400 million. Just out of curiosity, Juliet, have you been a victim of Ankatsaga? No, you haven't? Oh, okay. Yeah, let's hope it never happens to you. I have been a victim of, I think, about 2 or 3 of those. No, I can tell you that I realize that it's never worth it. Eventually God vindicates you, so there's no point putting myself at those people's levels. There's a time when I was on the front page of Red Pepper, I think, for about 2 or 3 weeks in a row. Yeah. You remember, Jan remembers. It's never worth it. You know. I know, but I became a celebrity.
Thank you, Ben. My name is Okeya John. I am a student at Makere, that I also contribute to the Cooperator magazine. I have 2 concerns. One directly to Dr. Mbaine, and basically I think I am seeking approval from him. I am picking from the discussion you had. I did not watch NBS and how to what extent we are defending the shutdown on media. But as a young journalist, and also from the principles you talk about that journalists should actually embody, I'm picking from the arguments on John Michael Critos and John Stephen Mill about freedom of expression. being guarded at whatever cost there is because of its importance. Charity, I don't know whether I should call it defending the shutdown of internet. She said that there was an unintended benefit of bringing the peace and taking us to the 1990s. My concern is Dr. Mbaine. And I know you have done research and teaching a lot about media regulation. Should we worry more about state excesses and regulation of the media, or we should talk about the social responsibility of the media in terms of how much the users, the end users, and especially of these online spaces, should we worry about the state regulation of the media, or rather we should worry about responsibility of the use of these media spaces? And just one more, Ben. This one goes to Agatha. It's about the role of the media. What should the role of media be in such a political dispensation like ours? Should we fight so much on upholding the principles of journalism? And there's something about bias. I don't know why I swear I have a tendency of saying that journalists should be biased because we have whatever opinions to express. If at all the media should play a role in the democratic process, is it right that we should have opinions about the political process, or we should put ourselves aside and just give, like robots, we put out this information no matter what? Thank you very much. The question is, what should be the role of media in a developing democracy like ours?
Right.
Thank you.
Should the journalists be printing in their article saying, go vote the umbrella? There was someone here, okay, and then we'll go back to the panel. Please note as you tell us who you are, what you do, that we are all very humble.
Oh, thank you very much.
No pressure.
My name is Andrew Nagai, and I'm under Communications Department at an NGO, youth-based called Vijana Corp. And my question was going to Dr. Maine the first. Is access to information is very key to journalists and also the investigative journalists and NGOs in, of course, combating wrongdoing and also corruption cases. But we see that when an NGO comes out to stand up maybe for rights, human rights or anything, they are considered the enemy. And we see in the news that so many cases NGOs are being oppressed in one way or another in expressing themselves. How are we able to address this? Another thing was on media liberation, which has given rise to I should say, citizen journalism. And you see this is very common because community reports almost everything that happens. How are we going to be able to sense out and say this is false information, this is right information? Are we really ready as media or other organizations that can help us? Right. Lastly, if I take this one, as young media practitioners, how are we able to be inspired? Because what we are seeing in the media so many times, we see journalists being brutally abused or their rights denied to access this, and they are actually screaming out to call for these rights. How are we able to still inspire the young generation as media practitioners? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go back to the panel, starting with Dr. Mbene, and then we'll get some final thoughts from the rest of the panelists, and then we'll break off from that. So we'll start with you and then go on.
Thank you very much. There is the lady whose name I didn't get. I'm sorry.
Juliet Grace.
Yeah, Juliet Grace, thank you. I will not forget again. About defamation. Yes, I support the civil law of defamation myself. I think it is an accountability mechanism available to the public to bring the media to account. If it is done properly, it is a good thing. Somebody goes to court, gets damages, gets an apology, and so on. It would even be better if you had a self-regulatory system that deals with all that. without too much monetary compensation. But in the absence of that mechanism, I think that is what is available to the public. You can sue. You can actually sue a TV station or a radio station for defamation. I think that's what is called slander. But as I told you, it is difficult to gather. Sometimes you are not listening, and then you have to rely on someone. Go to a lawyer; they will tell you sometimes what it means. But to be honest with you, media people don't sue media organizations. I think whenever anybody writes something about you in the media, you take the Ben way, the Christian way, and say, God forgive them because they don't know what they are doing, and then you somehow it flies out of the window. But there are these avenues available for whatever. The press and the online publications are more likely to publish things in permanent form, so that is likely to be easy. That is why you see much less cases of slander than libel in the courts of law. It's not because people are not defamed, it's because the vagaries on each side on the way to court vary greatly. Then John O'Keefe talked about, should we worry more about state excesses and regulation rather than responsibility and so on? I say you should worry about both in equal measure, because state excesses, regulatory, problems are very serious, and so on. Bad laws, bad regulations are a big problem. You can see the way UCC is driving the broadcast industry crazy. They get all types of things against them, the broadcasters all the time. But responsibility, media responsibility is very important because it's related to ethical conduct and accountability, which is also very, very important. Because you can't run a media house, you can't run a serious media house unless you have sorted yourself out in terms of the way you do things and you try to do things right. There may be problems still, but at least you have a framework on which you depend. So you should worry about both. Just to ensure that you have a good regulatory framework environment under which you operate as a journalist, and then two, also worry that, ensure that you have put your house in order. When you do, then you have much less problems. When you have an ethical code, you have internal mechanisms of accountability, then you get yourself into much less problems. Yes, then my friend from the NGO world, I like civil society because I think they are probably the glue that keeps a lot of things in our body politic together. When you see the Kodobatum Chavez, the Sarah Bretes, there was this other gentleman, what is his name, and so on, Livingston Sewanyana, and so on, Charity herself here who crossed from the media to the other end of higher civil society. They are doing a lot of work. They are making the kind of noise that scares a lot of people. Sometimes they may not tell you that they are scared, but internally we know they really get into trouble. The civil society must remain strong. I know. Even you see this DGF letter which I saw, I was hoping that it was a forgery. Because quite honestly, I didn't think that my beloved president would write such a letter. I actually still hope that it is a forgery, because it was too much for me. I read it like 20 times in order to come to terms with it. But if it is true, because up to now I believe it is not true, but if it is true, then it is actually targeted towards civil society actually. Because it is civil society that gives this government that brings it to the ground. Our government normally is flying quite high in the air, but civil society brings it closer to the ground because of the reports they write, the interventions they make, the kind of people they talk to, the lobbying they do, the networking they do, and so on and so forth. So, if you wanted my advice, I would say remain strong and steadfast. Don't do things that give the people who are hunting down for you an advantage in that race. Yeah, keep strong and keep with the people. If you are doing things for the people, keep doing that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The question to me was inspiration. Where do you draw the inspiration? And Dr. Biden hinted on charity. It cracked me because many people, when they feel inspired in journalism, they seek what they call quote-unquote greener pasture. And I imagine Charity would be doing a wonderful job if she had stayed around. But she decided to go for greener pasture. That is besides. It just reminded me of an article written by Daniel Karnaki some years ago when Rimkav, Kavmaf was with Observer, senior editor left. He said he was the last journalist, please switch off the light. I read that article, quite insightful on what goes on in the newsroom and why we continue to lose the Bens of this world because there is no inspiration. What should we do? Should we be in the book of lamentation? I don't think so. When you go to Kenya, though people have praised Kenya media and name it, I think along the years, I've told people at Kenyan friends, because I've visited KTN, they have benchmarked on us, they've come to Next Media to benchmark on what we do. Royal Media has come to Next Media to benchmark. And I told people it was just a creation. But of course we picked lessons from them at one point. One of the most polarized society is Kenya. During elections, the Chikuyus and the Luos will be divided, even in the newsroom. But I think after the 2007, they realized there was a problem. That is what Ben is talking about. Even in the army, when you go to the officers' mess, the Chikuyus will sit in a corner, the Luo will sit in another corner. If you want a good story from Baba Moy, rather Raila, you will send a Luo, you will get a good story. When you want a good story from the other side, you will send the other tribe. But they overcome those challenges somehow. If you monitor, they have tried to overcome such challenges because they established a common purpose. It will take them time to build, but they started somewhere. And it was evident during the coverage of the most recent election. That is what we are talking about. How do we inspire our people? I'm glad we have the guild. We should be one. When a joint bulletin was fronted, people called it a joke, that it will not happen. Somehow, in the public, people think NMG and Next Media, they don't see eye to eye. We are friends. We chat almost on a daily. Yes? So people are surprised when they saw different anchors from different stations on the same screen. When there was a protest, one of the organizers, the journalists walkout, called me and said, you see, Dalton, we need to teach the security a lesson. I said, fine. I'll make sure you have a live unit, let the world see. And I put it there. And I said, until when they walk out, don't remove that link. Because I was acting in solidarity with the burdens of journalism. And therefore, we must in order to push the envelope further, we must establish common goals, and we have them, and work in unison. That we shall inspire young people to join because they have a sense of belonging. And we shall, some of us will not run away to communication jobs. I know they are there and they keep knocking, but because you need to inspire the rest of the generation that is coming. Thank you.
Thank you. Any last thoughts from Agatha and Alex? I should point out to you that if Charity thought she was running to greener pastures, she suffered because she's now even deeper in the trenches than she was as a journalist. So it didn't quite work out for her. Sorry, Charity. Yeah, Agatha and then Alex, and then we'll wrap up.
Yeah, there was a question that was directed to me about the role of media in our sort of political dispensation. What's that word? Disclaimer. You are speaking to a pessimistic, apathetic skeptic. Like, I am one of those people.
It's a very bad combination.
I am one of those people that became a Christian and left this country to God. Because the role of media would have been powerful. Media has brought down governments. Remember the Watergate scandal in the US. So we would actually be important people in a normal country, in a normal environment. But here we are rendered useless so many times and overrated. Because we write and talk on TV, and have you ever seen anything change? No. But that's why I am here talking charity. I think for talking, I can't control myself. I love to talk, so I have not given up in a way. But it's you have to look for that inspiration someone asked about Dalton within yourself. If you have that conscience that says, at least I will be at peace with myself, that I did my job, that I did the right thing. I recently was asking Bishop Zach Nilinje why he's no longer in our faces. And he said, do you know Einstein's definition of a fool? A fool is that person who does the same thing, the same way, and expects different results. And you can see that I am not the only apathetic one in this country, and I really am not. Because we all know who is in charge. I have been asked on media before, the impact, we don't see the impact of your stories, but how can we control impact? How can we control how people react to our stories? Ours is to write them. If there was a government that actually really is a normal government that does what other governments do, that would be impacts. We've written stories about corruption, we have that story we're talking about of Serwanja. That would have been immense impact. But it cannot be there, and it's not our fault that we are not doing our job. But let's do what we believe in. Let's not work thinking about how government will react. Let's work thinking about, is this the right story? Have I checked our usual elements, the idealistic, naive ones, and just leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Agatha. As Alex gives his final thoughts, I want to point out to Agatha in the most vehement terms that we are very important. We were given stickers during COVID, please. Essential services. It's okay, at least we still had stickers. We had something. No, I don't even. This audience.
Thank you, Ben. I'm not as pessimistic as my sister here, Agatha. Actually, people, we share a surname, so people think that she's
your sister
to me. Whatever the relationship, I think it's just there. Now, I agree with Dalton that there was no specific question that was directed to me, but I agree with Dalton that we are stronger together. That is the tagline for the Editors Guild. We need to work in fellowship across the industry, because I believe that freedom of expression and spaces for freedom of expression are better protected when especially the news media can be as independent as possible. And how are we going to do that? We need to work together across the industry, across the people working in the spaces for freedom of expression, advocate for better and inclusive laws, and then to drive constant public awareness campaigns, because media, first of all, whether it's private or public, is a public good.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, everybody practicing anywhere, you're working for in public interest, so you're working for the public. So we need to make the public aware that they also need to fight for media to remain alive. Now, Juliet Grace talked about the laws, and yes, we realize when the Editors Guild took on that issue of registration of journalists, we first had an interface with the Media Council and told them, instead of bringing forward this registration of journalists, we should have a proper conversation on how actually to look at these laws the way they are, and then try to steer an industry input, amend them. Because when they were made in 1995 and then amended later, so many things have changed. So I agree that we need to look at our laws and we need to work together across the industry to make sure that the laws that are made are in the best interests of the industry and those practicing in the industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And let's give a big hand clap to all of our panelists. It's now 2 p.m. I'm sure the enzymes in your stomachs are already protesting and asking for freedom of expression in their own rights, which we shall give them now. I'm going to ask Jan to come and dismiss us in peace, and actually maybe even pray for our food since she's a pastor. I just want to remind you of this small form on your table. Kindly do fill it in. It will be good to get some feedback from you. We'd like to know exactly what you think, how you benefited, but also I want to very strongly recommend and request that this conversation you pick up online, because there are a lot of people who are not here who will definitely have input, and it would be good to actually continue that discussion and get insights from all over the place. So let's hear from Jan briefly, and then we'll get instructions on how to go pick our meal.
Wow, thank you so much. So as a pastor, can I give them my mobile number? Sorry, say the prayer. Well, I have had a good time. This has not been an easy topic to debunk, not something that you just come here and talk about fake news and you just go home. It's something that's very critical, and so I think our panelists deserve another round of applause. Brilliant, guys. Thank you so much, and thank you for always coming. Could you tell your enzymes, just to add me a few more minutes so that I can just say something? You know, about 2 years ago, we were seated, I think, in this place, and we had a dialogue where we were talking about media regulation. I think Adolf was here. And it was the very first meeting we had where we were thinking about a roadmap to the Editors Guild. And fast forward, it's 2 years, and here we are. The Editors Guild has not just not been launched, but it has also had a serious milestone. It's barely a year into action. So, so what does that mean for us? I mean, we're making strides on our own as a media. Previously, people could talk, they could just show up, talk, cover, and go, but it's good that we make actions. Second thing, the other media dialogue we had, there was conversation about collaboration, and I'm sure you've seen that there's a lot of collaborations, and I'm glad to hear that actually there's a growth in solidarity that's happening. And then, from these evaluation forms, we've had so much feedback that's helping us to do things better. And so last year we had about 8 dialogues across the country, and so we had to reach journalists wherever they are. So, I mean, don't undermine your ability and the magnitude of your contribution to actually media development in the country. It's not media focused. As you could see, we just came and opened the remarks and closed, yeah. But I'm going to steal the tagline of Editors Guild. We are actually stronger together. So the conversation continues. Media Focus is always available for you. We can always talk if you have plans and ideas. Let's collaborate. You just never know how far you can go. Thank you so much to all the panelists again for your patience and for your ability to stay on. The journey is still long. We have the court ruling that you said you are watching. There are swearing in, then there are by-elections. So if you think that an election ended a month ago, please, the notes are still there. The streamings are still there. Go back and know that actually we are just in a certain phase of an election season, okay? So thank you so much appreciated. Food is ready, and yeah, let's pray. Dear Lord, we thank you so much for the food that you provided. We ask you to bless it in Jesus' name. Amen. I hope that was a politically correct spell. And above all and finally, I'd like to thank my team, Ruth Nagudi. Ruth, could you please show yourself? Yeah, I'm sure Ruth has been around you like a bad rush ahead of this meeting. And Oscar, I even don't know where he is, but he's around. Oscar. And then Herbert, who came in just recently. We first met at the Media Week, by the way, so the future is bright. Yeah, and so please, let's stay in touch, and thank you all. Conversation continues down and online, and we are available for conversation even at our offices. Thank you very much.